Well, good morning. I'm back. Thank you for indulging us in a little extra time. We think the administrator is getting close, so we're going to go ahead and begin. First, let me introduce myself. I'm Tom Kuhn. I serve as a co-chair of the board of directors for the International Fertilizer Development Center, and I, with my co-chair, Josephine Okot, who will be arriving shortly, and you'll hear from her this afternoon. We are both here on behalf of the board to welcome you to this symposium, and really appreciate all of you being a part of it, including those of you who are out in the internet and joining us virtually in that way. It's great to have you all here. I want to take a little bit of time to recognize some of our fellows from the International Fertilizer Development Center. We have our president and CEO here, Mr. Henk van Dijn is here, and along with him, his leadership team, Chris Holt, Vice President for Operations, Douglas Kerr was somewhere, Vice President for Business Development. He's out developing new opportunities, and Dr. Uma Kamara is here, our Vice President for Programs, and then our Vice President for Research, Dr. Upendra Singh, is here as well. Thank you. It's great to have the leadership team here as well. We have several of board members. Mr. Tip O'Neill is here, has been on the board, the longest serving of the board members who are here. Dr. Ratan Lal is here. You'll hear from him a little bit later. Dr. Lee Winawiki is here as well, new to the board last fall, as well as Samir Gol is here, and then you'll meet Ms. Okot a little bit later. I don't think I missed anyone. We do have some former board members and chairs and CEOs as well. We have Albin Hubschler is here, previously served as the president and CEO of IFDC. Pat Murphy also served in that role and served on the board as well. Peter McPherson is here, former administrator of USAID, and also served on the board 2 stints, I believe, has served as board chair. So it's great to have our fellow board members here with us as well. So together, we're really pleased to have you come and join us in this convening. I want to thank you for joining us in addressing the challenge of ensuring food and nutritional security in the context of a changing climate and uncertain markets. That's what we have before us. 50 years ago, Secretary of State Dr. Henry Kissinger promoted the idea of stimulating innovation in agricultural production in the developing world with a focus on innovative and wise uses of fertilizers. It was based on the successful adoption of new fertilizer technologies in the Tennessee Valley region of the U.S. South to reinvigorate depleted soils and stimulate agricultural productivity there. It worked. So the idea was, let's take that and apply it today. So together with advances in seed technology and efficient irrigation technologies, the same premise is as relevant today as was captured in the African Fertilizer and Soil Health Action Plan, updated just recently last month in the summit in Nairobi. Dr. Kissinger's idea was made manifest in the formation of the International Fertilizer Development Center based in the Tennessee Valley in Muscle Shoals, Alabama. Today we celebrate the 50-year anniversary of IFDC not by recounting past accomplishments, but rather by asking the question, what next? In the context of global climate challenges, fractured global supply chains, and uncertain financing, the Nairobi Declaration provides a roadmap for how innovations in technologies, markets, finance, research, access, capacity building, supply chains, and consumer practices can build resilience and sustainability into the idea that developing regions can not only provide secure and nutritious food systems within their own regions, but also contribute to the global food system. Today, we're honored to have a number of experts and leaders share their thoughts with us and prompt us to take action. We will begin with a fireside chat with 2 key leaders in this effort. Fortunately, that's a figurative description. We have no need for a fire, for a fireside chat today. We do look forward to Administrator Samantha Power joining us, as well as Dr. Godfrey Bahigwa, who will be leading us in that conversation. So with your indulgence, we'll take a pause here, and as soon as the administrator's here, I'll introduce her and Dr. Bahigwa, and we'll get on with our conversation. Thank you. She's here. We're good. Okay, thank you. We're back. So I'd like to introduce our fireside chat this morning. First of all, our featured speaker is someone that requires probably no introduction to most of you. Samantha Power is the administrator of the United States Agency for International Development, or USAID, the world's largest bilateral development agency. She's a leading advocate for human rights and efforts to strengthen democracy. As a former U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, a war correspondent, and Pulitzer Prize-winning author, she's fought to advance human dignity throughout her career. As USAID administrator, Power has led the agency in prioritizing efforts to address some of the world's greatest development and humanitarian challenges, including climate change, the global food crisis, emerging threats to global health, and rising threats to democracy and civil society. Power has also focused on advancing a series of reforms aimed at making USAID's work more inclusive and effective, and at extending the agency's impact beyond its foreign assistance programs. Administrator Power will be joined for this chat by Dr. Godfrey Bahigwa, Director of Department of Rural Economy and Agriculture of the African Union Commission. He works with AU member states, regional economic communities, and other partners to boost rural economic and agricultural sector development by supporting the adoption of strategies, policies, and programs. Before joining the AU, he was the head of the International Food Policy Research Institute. Thank you for hosting us here. The Institute's Eastern and Southern Africa office in Addis Ababa. He was the founding coordinator of Regional Strategic Analysis and Knowledge Support System Node for East and Central Africa. Dr. Bahigwa also held key positions related to agricultural research and policy in his home country, Uganda. Without further ado, it's my honor and pleasure to welcome Administrator Samantha Power and Dr. Godfrey Bahigwa. Please join me in welcoming them to the room. So we'll begin with Dr. Bahigwa will begin with some introductory comments, and then he will be posing the questions to Administrator Power. And then following that, we'll have an opportunity for coffee. There she is. She really is here. So great, thank you. Administrator Power, please join us. We've introduced you, and Dr. Godfrey Bahigwa.
No rest for the weary. Okay. Thank you so much. Great to be here. Sorry to be late. There's a lot going on in this messy world of ours.
Thank you and welcome. Ambassador Samantha Power, USAID Administrator, Mr. Henk van Duin, President IFDC, distinguished participants, all protocols observed. I bring you greetings from Her Excellency Ambassador Josepha Sako, the Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, and Sustainable Environment of the African Union. I would like to thank IFDC for inviting the African Union to be part of this symposium on future-proofing united action for soil health and food security. The theme is appropriate given the global food insecurity challenges we are facing today, especially in Africa. Africa has over 280 million people that are food insecure. That is roughly 1 in every 5 people on the continent. With Africa's population projected to double to 2.5 billion people by 2025, the time is now to take deliberate actions to ensure that Africa will be able to feed itself and contribute to feeding the world. It is possible, it can be done. The right policy choices and investments must start to be made now. There are several ways of ensuring national food security. Food importation is one of them. And Africa spends a net of $50 billion a year on food importation, although it has 60% of the world's remaining arable land. This money that is spent on importing food can be invested to produce food on the continent and improve the lives of rural farmers. Tough decisions must be made by our leaders to make this a reality. Africa's soil is highly degraded because of several reasons, including overcultivation, leading to nutrient depletion and therefore declining crop yields, soil erosion, among others. These issues and more were recently discussed in Nairobi, Kenya, during the Africa Fertilizer and Soil Health Summit. It was a very successful summit that culminated in the Nairobi Declaration with a call in 6 areas: fertilizers, soil health, financing mechanisms, creating an enabling environment, strengthening capacity for implementation, and domestication of the commitments of the declaration in national agriculture investment plans. On behalf of Our Excellency Ambassador Sako, allow me to take a moment to extend our deep appreciation to the U.S. government through USAID for the generous support as one of the major donors that enabled the AU to organize a successful summit. I also wish to acknowledge the support that IFDC and AGRA provided that ensured a smooth organization of that summit. This symposium, organized about a month since the Nairobi Declaration was adopted by AU heads of state and government, is timely. I'm looking forward to the discussions and outcomes that will lead to action and implementation on the ground. The AU is looking forward to stronger partnerships with our international partners and strengthening African institutions in the implementation of the Nairobi Declaration and the 10-year Africa Fertilizer and Soil Health Action Plan. The outcomes of the Nairobi Summit will form an integral part of the post-Malabo CAADP agenda, whose formulation is underway and will culminate in the adoption of a 10-year CAADP strategy and action plan and the Kampala CAADP declaration in January 2025. With these remarks, allow me to transition to the moderator session with Administrator of USAID, Ambassador Samantha Power. Welcome. Ambassador Power has already been introduced, and so I will go straight to the questions. This session will last about 25 minutes, and then we'll have 30 minutes to interact with the audience. Ambassador Power, you have been personally committed to the agenda of advancing fertilizer and soil health management, especially since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, when the world came to understand just how dependent it was on a few global exporters of food and fertilizer. Can you share a few reflections from your time as USAID Administrator when the global food and fertilizer crisis hit, and what moved you to personally engage on this topic?
Thank you so much, and thank you for welcoming me. Sorry to be a few minutes late. I feel really lucky to be here. I feel like I wish I could sort of consume everything that's in your minds and brains about fertilizer and soil health in particular. I've learned an awful lot in my tenure at USAID. This was not an area that I had a rich background in, but as your question underscores, one needed to get smart in a hurry, and luckily at USAID we have some of the most incredible leaders and experts on these questions, and are able to draw as well on our vast research network, which has made such a difference in a climate-constrained and ever more climate-harmed world. On the specific question of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, it was kind of a double whammy because you had this, of course, brutal aggression and invasion, and then you had a set of reactions and responses from countries, and this is, of course, not long after COVID had finally begun to recede, but where, again, we saw supply chain vulnerability and the need for resilience. And so the fact that fertilizer prices went up by 50% between Putin's full-scale invasion in February and April. I lived firsthand with my team, traveling around the world and meeting with small-scale farmers where that price differential was the difference between, barely being able to go back to being a subsistence farmer, if they're lucky, and where they were trending, which is to be able to actually bring their goods to market, make a profit, use that profit to reinvest in inputs for the following year or in their kids' schools' education. So just seeing the kind of cascading effects of the increases in fertilizer prices. I will say the Biden administration and our European partners were very focused on food insecurity, even when the response to Putin's aggression was designed. So despite the need for, of course, very stringent sanctions against the Russian Federation for what it was doing, fertilizer, was exempted. But you saw countries, including the Russian Federation, actually holding back its fertilizer, investing in its own domestic productivity, and that, again, having a major effect on supply while demand remained intense globally. So, we had to think about this in a bunch of different ways. We were very fortunate that the United States Congress came together in a bipartisan way to pass, what are known now as the quote-unquote Ukraine supplementals. That's how everyone refers to them. But what people forget is they provided nearly $800 million in resources to address food insecurity well and beyond that which was occurring in Ukraine itself. And this is really poorly understood, I think, in the Global South, too. I think there's a broad perception in the Global South, understandably, that Ukraine gets all the resources, all the attention, and Sub-Saharan Africa and other developing parts of the world have been forgotten. But in fact, because of Putin's invasion of Ukraine and the foresight of members of Congress and the liberal wording of these so-called Ukraine supplementals, all we had to do as USAID is be able to show some link to the original sin of the invasion in order to be able to justify increased expenditures in food security, and very specifically in fertilizer efficiency, in cold storage, I'll talk in a minute about Space to Place, USAID's flagship, one of its flagship food security initiatives. So we were able actually to concentrate resources on the gaps and the shortages and the prices, the exorbitant prices that were some of the many cruel consequences of this invasion. Now, having said that, so we had more resources to work with, and this is important because, the truth is, Feed the Future is an immensely generous investment by the American taxpayer in global food security. It's incredibly important. At the same time, the Feed the Future budget has been largely flat since it was created. And so when it comes to actually seizing an opportunity, for example, I'll take Tanzania, where President Samia came in and was like, okay, I recognize that if I'm going to create jobs for young people, if I'm going to grow the economy, if we're going to come out of COVID, notwithstanding all of our debt, I'm going to need to make a much more substantial investment in agriculture. Well, if it weren't for the Ukraine so-called supplementals, we would not have had resources to meet that moment and to be able to significantly ramp up our agricultural partnership with the government of Tanzania. And if I'm not mistaken, I think President Samia has tripled the agricultural budget, put in place a series of policy reforms that are really accelerating the progress that we can make with just our catalytic investment, again, in a spirit of partnership. So I think we have been able to sort of mask Feed the Future's, the fact that the world's needs, have not, or let me put it this way, our American investments have not been able sufficiently to keep up with the growing needs and what we think are the incredible learning that USAID has done over the decades that'll put us in a position to be really, I think, a wise and experienced partner. But we're going to continue to work that issue, and we've been lucky over the last couple of years to have additional resources to get at what is appropriately growing attention to fertilizer inefficiencies, to soil health, to some of the priority areas that came out of the Soil Health and Fertilizer Summit. One last thing I'll say, I know we have a lot of ground to cover, but one of the things that we were able to do as well, we have a new slogan at USAID, which is progress beyond our programs. So we had additional resources to do more programming to meet the smallholder farmer where they were. But we recognize that notwithstanding this generous infusion of additional resources, again, the needs were so great, the food insecurity was so profound, the debt crisis inhibiting what governments were themselves able to do was so debilitating for governments. So there was more compensatory work by others or investment by others that needed to make up for the constrained fiscal space of governments in helping their populations deal with these terrible effects of the Russian invasion. Notwithstanding these additional resources that we had, we knew that we couldn't just think in terms of our programs narrowly. We had to think in terms of how do we hustle up different kinds of partnerships where others are deploying their comparative advantages, their resources. So I'll just give you one example of this because I think it's very fitting for a setting like this one where IFDC has made the kinds of investments in private sector partnership that it has. We reached out to Yara and then in a parallel track to OCP and worked with them. I think Yara at the outset, feeling like there was a disconnect between how fertilizer companies were doing and how, for example, your average African farmer was doing or your average African family was doing. And with that disconnect, they wanted to make discounted or free fertilizer available to low-income communities, feeling like we're flush, like this isn't feeling great, in light of how the farmers are doing. But there's a challenge when free fertilizer or discounted fertilizer is brought online. That's going to have market distorting effects, of course, but also who is likely to profit, actually be in a position to know what to do when suddenly free fertilizer shows up? The middleman, not the small scale farmer. So we had this situation where USAID didn't have any discounted fertilizer lying around in some warehouse that we could give out, but Yara did, but they didn't have the on the ground network connections, history. 3/4 of USAID staff in the countries in which we work are nationals of the countries in which we work. They've been working on food security related issues in some cases for decades. So we were able to develop this partnership where we helped secure the kind of distribution that Yara had in mind, which was directly to the small scale farmers who were facing these exorbitant prices. With OCP, something very similar, again, drawing on their vast phosphate reserves there in Morocco and their customization approach. They made, I think it was 550,000 metric tons of phosphate fertilizer available in sub-Saharan Africa. And again, working with our teams on the ground to tap new markets. They didn't want to see the markets dry up just because farmers could no longer buy the fertilizer. They recognized they had a business interest in that. But also in the short term, of course, a humanitarian interest. So I think those kinds of partnerships, being more creative, drawing on our Rolodex and not just our appropriated resources to think about how we meet the moment, those are some examples of how we've tried to do that.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. Yes, I can confirm that the African Union is one of the beneficiaries of the supplemental funding. And that funding has been helpful in starting the formulation process of the post-Malabo agenda, supporting regional consultations, as well as seed money for technical work that will be done to formulate the next 10-year strategy. Thank you. Next question. Fertilizer often gets a bad image as being counter to climate objectives. But just as fertilizer can be destructive to our environment when overused, it can be destructive when underused. If yields are low, farmers seek to cultivate more land rather than increasing productivity on the land they already have. How do you see this tension? Can fertilizer use and fighting climate change coexist?
Well, they kind of have to. If people are to eat, there's going to be a need, of course, for fertilizer to be it's a vital part of the equation. Look, I think the interplay is incredibly important, and at its best, I think every agricultural initiative would bring with it a kind of climate and environmental filter. And so too, the climate movement will have to take account, and I think increasingly is taking account of growing populations, vast food insecurity, and the need for agriculture to be a huge part of the economic growth equation, particularly for sub-Saharan Africa. And I think, often we think of the climate connection, as you say, in a sort of negative way, in recognizing that food systems are currently responsible for almost a third of greenhouse gas emissions. I mean, I think as greater awareness of climate change has proliferated, there is, as you said, a sense, that what's good for farmers, over time is going to be bad for the environment. And I think methane, the greater attention to methane, which is entirely appropriate, has really fueled that sense. I think that, at USAID, we're so alert to the linkages, again, in both directions, that we actually took a pretty profound step, which is that we have restructured USAID to bring our climate and environmental teams together into a joint bureau with our food security and resilience teams. We now are looking at resilience, the watchword of resilience, as we think about climate mitigation, of course, climate adaptation, which is vital for farmers, and in terms of just food security and food security resilience. So that merger, I think, structurally is reflective of our recognition that these two streams have to come together. I think that if you look at what you all are so focused on, which is, how best to grow and how best to apply fertilizer, ensure fertilizer access, ensure soil health, the goals, again, of the summit. I think our Space to Place initiative is a really great example of bringing all of these ideas together. And if, for example, farmers are continuing to employ fertilizer in suboptimal ways, which I think we would agree they are, in many parts of the world, that is going to mean that they are going to potentially need more land. We talk a lot about how much arable land there is still out there that Africa could be accessing, but if on the arable land that was being cultivated now, there was more efficient and tailored deployment of fertilizer, you would see the need probably for less deforestation. And certainly you'd see, again, a higher return and higher yields and more money and more reinvestment by these farmers. So Space to Place, I think, is very exciting, and it's exciting to see new partnerships. We just launched one with OCP, in fact, where they're going to be bringing an additional $30 million of investment in Space to Place, but where we take advantage of digital soil mapping, geospatial technology, getting a sense of what specifically this particular, ground, this particular farmland, this particular soil warrants, So that's the learning what we can through the digital, but making sure that the farmers and the communities and the know-how of the soil itself from the ground is brought to bear as well. So it's this synergy that I think has been proven in Ethiopia, which is where our teams, our Feed the Future teams, first brought it to bear. Has substantially decreased the amount of fertilizer that is needed while increasing yields by 75 to 80%. I think it's 30% less fertilizer, 75 to 80% greater yield. And when USAID works at its best is when we make a catalytic investment like that, experiment together, learn from our partners who know best, the farmers who know best about what's working and what isn't. And then when it's working, when the government picks up what's working and then scales it itself. Right. And that is what has happened in Ethiopia with Space to Place, is that the Ministry of Agriculture has now taken this and sought to scale it across Ethiopia. And now we have a chance, having just announced a new investment of $40 million in Space to Place, with OCP bringing that $30 million to bear, looking at how we take this broad know-how about how to harness, again, these digital space-based tools, a smartphone, and local know-how to make sure that fertilizer is being employed, again, more optimally. I can't say optimally. It'll take a long time to get to true optimization, but more optimally, which will mean, again, a greater ability to reinvest on the back end.
Yeah, thank you very much. So one key message that came out of the summit in Nairobi was the need to increase application of fertilizers, both organic and inorganic, on African soils. But we must learn the status of the soils. And so this program, Space to Soil, I think will be helpful. The question is, how do we then scale it up to more countries on the continent? I think that would be something to continue thinking about. The last question is, the private sector has been an important partner in USAID's fertilizer and soil health agenda in Africa. In what ways do the private sector objectives align with USAID's objectives?
I have to correct my Ethiopia statistic. I reversed my numbers, reduced fertilizer wastage by 80% and increased crop productivity by 25 to 35%. We'll get to the increased productivity by 70% at a later stage, perhaps when we scale it to those other countries. Sure. So I think that I've given a couple examples of the sort of private sector hustle that we need to bring to bear. One of the first trips I took as USAID administrator was to Iowa to see Corteva's work in action, to see their development of climate resilient and heat resilient seeds, of course, which they're seeking to use in Iowa, just as they are seeking to be able to market in Africa. I think our Feed the Future innovation labs, as they iterate and find what works, making sure that again, those insights are, I think the private sector is doing its own version of that, but making sure that we close the feedback loops, compress the time it takes for an innovation to make its way from a climate-controlled lab, out to a small-scale farmer in a very remote area. I think we'd all agree that there's a fairly substantial lag at the moment, but really not to discount, not only not to discount, to celebrate the private sector's incentive to find what will work in an era of severe climate change. I mean, that is, I always say, when our values align, that's a great foundation to have a conversation. When your interest aligns with my values, that's even better, right? It's going to be of more enduring impact. And I was really struck in that first trip to Corteva, and I saw it at OCP in Morocco last week when I was there, going in, watching these robots controlling, I don't know how many of you have been to the OCP's incredible facility, and I know other fertilizer companies are doing exactly the same thing, but these controlling for moisture, trying, to work with the genomics to develop such a wide variety of seeds that can be tested, changing the climate, the moisture, the soil, the application, the amount, and then using AI to crunch all of the data in a flash. All robot controlled, all with the ultimate objective of making sure that if the farmer's going to go to the bother to plant that seed, it's going to have the best chance of thriving and of producing the highest yield. I mean, that is very, very exciting to see that kind of work in action. And again, companies have the resources, those who are successful and have the incentive to be making those kinds of investments. We have to grow our partnerships in order to be able to bring online those seeds and bring online the know-how, whether through our partnership with Extension Services, whether through seeing those companies do that work on the ground and provide those extension services themselves, or through the traditional, programming that we've been doing. I want to mention just one more thing before I know we're about to open it up, but in terms of private sector partnership, I really credit the team here for one of the things that we try to do often is like a gap analysis. And one of the things that the team came to me with it was a recognition that there's a significant gap in access to finance on the continent when it comes to agricultural, agribusiness SMEs. So basically too big for microfinance and too small in many cases for traditional bank loans, or seen as too risky. And so with that gap, the team put their heads together internally with some of you, I'm sure, and very specifically with the government of Norway. And together at the UN General Assembly, we launched something called the FASA Fund. And USAID invested $35 million. Norway's invested $35 million. And this is a different answer to your private sector question. We want to get it up to a $200 million fund, but it's basically finance for agricultural SMEs in Africa, FASA. And if we can capitalize it at $200 million, what it will be basically de-risking money for these agri businesses to be able to get access to capital that right now they can't afford. It's incredibly exciting. I will say we haven't yet, actually, a lot of people are interested in piling on and in contributing to this pooled fund at the beginning, but we need, particularly those of us who serve at the pleasure of the president, we need to succeed in getting up to that $200 million mark in a hurry. The payoff for agri SMEs, I can't tell you, just talking to President Ruto recently about this, President Hichilema in Zambia, getting the texts, from African ministers just saying, when's it coming online? Like, when are our agribusinesses going to be able to get access to this? So this is an example of seeing a gap, innovating, and now needing to crowd in resources, not where USAID is giving, some grant in our traditional way of doing things, but where we're trying to put ourselves in the shoes of those who have the capital but feel that the risk reward isn't quite right. And something like this can help neutralize concerns about risk.
As you see, we can go on and on and on, but time is always limited. There's a lot that you have shared, Ambassador Power. So I think now it's time to open up this for the audience. So can we have the first question? So we'd like to request you to be very specific and to the point so that Ambassador Power can respond. Yes, go ahead, Leah.
Great, thank you so much. I'm Lee Winowicki, a soil scientist, American, but been based in East Africa for 20 years. I work at World Agroforestry. I would love to hear your thoughts on really broadening the scope of soil health to include food and nutrition security, but also, as you know, soils can store a huge amount of carbon, contributing to climate change adaptation and mitigation. It's the most biodiverse ecosystem terrestrially, hosting so many organisms, and also plays a critical role in our ecosystem restoration targets, especially in Africa, the RFAR 100. So I'd love to hear USAID's or just some thoughts on how we could broaden the scope, and I think the new refs department could be a start, for example. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I'm sure I would learn a lot from you in hearing your ideas about what more we can be doing. And we have with us our dream team here from refs who can engage, very specifically on how we ramp up our work, bringing these strands together. But I come back to, I guess, a version of the point you're making, which is, I mentioned earlier, food security needing to filter its program and policy design through a climate environmental lens. We have also made huge progress in our food security work to filter conceptions of food security and initiatives in food security through a nutrition lens. And so I think that the merger, and again, creating a new structure isn't a panacea for the integration, or it doesn't in and of itself bring about the kind of integration that we know is needed, but it's a step in the right direction. And so now the question is, how do we write our RFPs in a fashion that take account of what in other settings would be called intersectionality, and instead of, just moving away from the much more siloed approach that has been taken in the past. I will say, just again, as a relative newcomer compared to all of you, and maybe this is just now because I think about soil and fertilizer so much, I assume everyone else does. but I'd be really interested, like, if we could survey all of you, but it does feel like the conversation has shifted, like, in really profound ways. Now, you could say, yeah, well, it's because the planet is burning and flooded, and and because food insecurity, the numbers are so staggering. But even in food security, you could see, and again, I don't want to overstate the progress here, but particularly in times of great food insecurity, you would imagine that you would hear more of an emphasis, an excessive emphasis, let's say, on quantity. But I've been struck by, even in these last 2 years, facing, with the sword of Damocles hanging over so many populations, how much emphasis is on the quality of the food and the nutrition of the food. Again, much more progress yet to be made, but I think it's initiatives like this, the intersectionality occurs in the gatherings themselves, where, at a soil and fertilizer health summit, you have an emphasis on nutrition. At the COPs, my gosh, I mean, you could walk into a COP on not only on the agriculture day or on the food security day, but on any given day and feel you're at a food security summit often, right? Because of the links, particularly in conceptions of climate adaptation and food security. So I would just say, I think bringing the experts together, thinking about nutrition along the spectrum, of the supply chain, but also into maternal health. I mean, this is what's so great about working at USAID, is that it's not just now in this new bureau, we also have our global health folks who are thinking about, what expectant mothers need to be doing, what, in the infant stage. So if you think of nutrition on a continuum from seed to soil, right through the life of the child, it's pretty exciting, actually, to think about what the development community coming together could do.
We don't have too much time remaining, but Christina, you want to?
Sorry, I have a request that we do a group photo.
Oh, okay. I guess I went on too long.
Let's do a group photo, and then we'll thank you officially. But I thought if we can have you.
That seemed like a worrying contraption to me. I was like.
For our photographer, so he doesn't kill himself.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, well, before, I don't know if you're going to thank me, that's very kind, but I want to just thank Peter McPherson, and just, thank you for having me. Thank you for your leadership. I think you should feel like this is an incredible legacy of advocacy that you have been doing over generations, and I'm just really honored to follow in your footsteps and to be here today. Thank you.
Yes, so we'll have the photo.
Folks can just stand up from where they're sitting. And then we can put this right here in the middle. Administrator, if you want to stand right
Stand in the
here.
aisle.
Dr. Bahiko. Yes. Thank you. You want to get on there?
I'm going to turn it this way.
If maybe folks can just try to like squeeze in a little bit, best they can. All right. Looking at our photographer over here. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much. And so now we have time for a break. Feel free to mingle. We have refreshments out in the lobby area. And we also have an opportunity to meet with some of the IFDC leaders who can talk about some of the programs that we're featuring, such as the Space to Place program that the administrator spoke of. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'll ask you to take your seats, please. We're about to start the next panel. Please have a seat. We'll start in about 2 minutes. Thanks very much. All right, everyone, we are going to get started. Thanks so much for being here. I'm excited to introduce our first panel discussion of the day. We're really looking forward to getting into some of the nitty-gritty, building upon the conversation that Dr. Bahigwa had this morning with Administrator Power. So I'm very pleased to introduce our panel. We, of course, have Dr. Ratan Lal, who's the Distinguished Professor of Soil Science at The Ohio State University, the 2020 World Food Prize laureate, and also IFDC board member. Then we have Edith Wheatland, who's the owner of Rockland Farms in Ghana. And of course, we already know Dr. Bahigwa, director of the Directorate of Agriculture and Rural Development at the African Union Commission. And last but not least, Parmesh Shah, global lead for rural livelihoods and agricultural jobs at the World Bank. Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Dr. Lal, we're going to start with you. We, of course, are having this symposium today in the context of the Africa Fertilizer and Soil Health Summit, which just took place a couple of weeks ago. You had the opportunity to attend the event in Nairobi, as did some of our other panelists, and of course, many of you in the room. As a very distinguished member of the soil science community, one of the pioneers, someone who has been working on this issue for such a long time, what is this moment like for you? Has soil science finally arrived, and what are your hopes for soil science going forward after we have this historic agreement?
Thank you very much. It's a great honor, privilege to be here. First of all, I want to congratulate IFDC for their 50th anniversary. They have done a tremendous job, and I really wish them next 50 years even better. So that's a very important part. The second thing I want to mention is I did hear, Dr. Godfrey, you mentioned soils of Africa are very degraded. And I want you to know the soils of the United States were most degraded in the 30s. That was the Dust Bowl era. So don't let that hold you think negative. In my opinion, Africa will be the next breadbasket of the world. It has the soil resources, it has the climate, it has the people, it has everything. What we need is the policymakers to put their word into action. There are 15 presidents from different countries in Africa, the summit in Nairobi, and they are talking about soil health, which you never heard about that before. So the time has come that should happen. So I really think Africans should not ever make excuse that soils are degraded and we are behind. Absolutely not correct. So we have very good soil resources, very good climate. We need to translate science into action. And within the next decade or so, Africa will be the leading food producer of the world. That is the message we want to convey. That's the way it should be done. The second thing I want to mention is about where would IFDC, in my opinion, should be looking at for the next few years. Number one, make Africa breadbasket by increasing its fertilizer use from 20 kilogram now to 50 kilogram in the next decade and to 100 kilogram the following decade. And within the next 25 years or sooner, the global average rate of 130 kilogram per hectare. We have to have that goal. Without fertilizer, the negative nutrient budget that Africa has now, about 40 to 50 kilogram per hectare, that dream will not happen. So that's number one. Number two, while improving soil health, as was mentioned of the African soil, we want to make agriculture in Africa a climate solution, both for mitigation and adaptation. That's number two. Number three, we must end hunger and malnutrition. It's absolutely necessary. And it is definitely possible. You mentioned 200 million plus people. That is a whole continent. India alone has that number. So don't let frighten you. We can certainly overcome that issue. So improve quality and renewability of water. That's both quality and renewability, which means the use efficiency of fertilizer has to go up. And finally, make agriculture a solution by rewarding farmers through payment for ecosystem services. In a minute or two that I had the great honor to talk to Samantha Powell this morning, I mentioned Soil Health Act. And I mentioned specifically payment to farmer $50 per credit, which means if a farmer has 10 acres and they make $2 per credit, that's $100 per acre. For 10 acres, that's $1,000. That is the way to end poverty. Empower farmers through Soil Health Act. And 75% of the farmers of Africa are women. So Africa has a bright future. I have no question about it. And I got one of the brightest farmers sitting next to me.
Thank you. Thank you so much. There we go. Thank you so much, Dr. Lal. I also appreciate the reminder that this all ties back to food security, right? That's why we're all here. That's why we care about soil science. That's why it's actually important. So thank you for bringing that to the center of our conversation. Dr. Bahigwa, is Dr. Lal right? Is Africa the next world breadbasket?
It's blinking. Yeah, this is better. Yes, I think he's right. The question is how. I mean, from the time I was a kid, I had that story that Africa can be the breadbasket of the world. Now I'm an old man and it hasn't happened. So I think the question is, how do you unlock that potential to make Africa the breadbasket, to feed itself, but also contribute to feeding the world? And I think the political leadership is very key. Having the right policies is very key, and sticking to those policies. I mean, we just came out of the summit in Nairobi. We had lots of presidents there, and especially presidents from Southern Africa, where they are struggling with a huge drought now. And you could see from their speeches that they are really concerned about the need to pay attention to increasing agri productivity on the continent. And fertilizers and soil health are part of the solution. And you could see that they were committed. I'm not sure if next season they get good rains and a bumper harvest, I don't know how much attention they'll continue to pay on this subject. So for me, the question is, how do you sustain political interest and commitment over the long haul so that you can then build food systems that are resilient? I think we have to have a serious conversation about that, how to get leaders to remain committed over the long term, and not, so that it's not something that is cyclical, depending on the stresses they get from time to time. The second element is then taking a holistic approach to what happens at the farm level. Okay? Now we are discussing soil health and fertilizers, but that's just one component of the issue. Okay? We have to talk about quality seeds. Having healthy soils and fertilizers is not enough. You have to have quality seed. You have to have adequate water on the farm. And then you have to have the knowledge by the farmer as well. So taking a holistic approach initially at the farm level is going to be quite important. It sounds like very basic, but unless we address those basic issues at the farm level, we'll come back another 5 years, 10 years, and we'll be talking about the same thing.
And why is it so hard for this issue to capture attention all the time? You know, you mentioned people are worried about it right now. We heard this morning, of course, you know, Ukraine really elevated this issue as well. But, you know, when things are not going right for farmers, this is something we're talking about. But if there's, you know, a bumper crop, as you said, it's maybe not an issue that we're talking about so much. How do we ingrain it in policymakers, you know, that the African Union is looking to support this whole ecosystem of government policies and ensure that they see this as an always issue, not an only when we think we need it issue?
Well, if I had, the answer would not be here. Maybe we need political economists to address this. But so for us at the African Union, we continue to advocate. In the current CADAP Malabo Declaration, one of the commitments that the heads of state and government made in 2014 was to track and report on the progress in the implementation of the 7 declarations under that commitment. And we as the African Union, we have religiously tracked and reported the progress every 2 years, starting 2017. And we produced that report. It has the performance of each of our member states that report. And the latest one of last year had 49 out of 55 member states reporting. And we give them scores. And our expectation was that that would trigger discussions among countries to say, why am I not performing well on this commitment? And what do I need to do? But also allows comparison of their performance against their neighbors. Against each of the, actually we had 49 indicators. Yes, so countries can be able to see where they are doing well, where they're not doing very well, and they can compare themselves with their neighbors. And so we had hoped that would be a natural conversation emerging between one minister of one country, say Ghana, talking to the minister of Cote d'Ivoire, their neighbor, and saying, what is it that you are doing that allowed you to perform better than we did? And so we thought that would stimulate a conversation. I'm not very sure that conversation has taken place. And I really don't have a very good answer for that. I think this is something that researchers need to help us understand. I mean, what motivates political leaders to learn from each other, to take action based on empirical evidence that has been presented to them. I think if we had answers to those questions, we would not have this conversation.
Thanks so much, Dr. Bahikwa. Edith, I'm going to come to you next because I know the policies are an issue that you feel passionately about. But before we talk about that, I'd love for you to tell our audience here about what you do at Rockland Farms. Tell us a little bit about your operation.
Thank you. And I would like to thank IFDC and I have a wish team. They have a representative here. They've done a very good job by molding me for you to have me the way I am now. It started with them. It started with a 2 weeks knowledge exchange in America. And because of that 2 weeks exchange program, the lives of 9,000 smallholder farmers have changed. Rockland Farms, the name Rockland came from Rockland County in New York. That is where I was before, and that is where the idea came that I want to move to Ghana to run a poultry business. And the idea was to work with KFC. We haven't reached there yet, but we are still on track. So currently we produce commercial table eggs. I have birds population about 100,000. And with the broiler outgrower program that I'm running for the smallholder farmers, currently do around 10 to 12,000 birds a week. We have about 9,000 small holder farmers that produce maize to feed our feed mill, and from the feed mill, we feed the poultry farm, and we have one generous frozen chicken importer in Ghana, La Bianca Company Limited. He is offering market for the chicken that we are producing currently. So for my outgrowers, from farm to the poultry side, when it comes to market, she's been able to solve that market issue for us. So that is what Rocklands do. And with the support of IFDC, the program you did with SMV 2-Scale project, all these smallholder farmers, most of them are in our VSLA groups, because if you look at the number, it's a huge number, and I don't have the financial muscles to give input credits to everyone. And with our projects, we've been able to form VSLA groups where the farmers are given financial literacy, and they contribute among themselves and borrow from the funding, grow the maize, and I provide market access for them. And through the VSLA, we have some of the women that have been able to send their children to the universities, which without the support of IFDC, SMV 2-Scale project, it wouldn't have been possible. Looking at the poor farmer in the village, you go to the bank that you are looking for money to take your child to school. It's not possible. But with your intervention, it has been possible for children to go to universities. Their nutritional needs have improved, because under the project, I do the alternative livelihood for the women, where during the off-season of maize production, they have the dual-purpose beds that lays eggs for them, and from that, they are able to sell some of the eggs to do their savings and use some of the eggs as a nutritional need for the family. And from Rockland, as also, we have about 25 schools within the community that I support them with eggs every month to support the nutritional needs of the children of my farmers. So that is what Rockland does. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. You can see how incredibly well connected Edith is on the ground with such a network of smallholder farmers. So she's really well tapped into those needs, being a part of that community. So now, Edith, I'd love to ask you about the policy making that we were talking about with Dr. Bahigwa. How do we get smallholder farmers and producers like yourself involved in the policy making so that, you know, these policies that we're developing really are what people are looking for and are the true solutions to the problems they actually have instead of the problems we think they have?
Thank you. I know they do a lot of policies that are meant to be very good, but those policies end up on the shelves collecting dust. Why? Because the smallholder farmers at the stakeholder engagement are not invited to contribute. And from where I sit, if it's possible to have the smallholder farmers involved in the stakeholder engagement, dwelling and policy making, we will be able to achieve the sustainable, resilient policy for agriculture that we are looking for in 2050. There is a project that is being financed by the World Bank, one of the anchor farmers. is a very good project that I think if we can tweak it a little bit, the results will be massive, more than what they are expecting. It's an anchor farmer approach project that they are running. So you have the smallholder farmers with you, but the anchor farmer need to be well empowered to be able to draw more smallholder farmers. So I think that one needs to be looked at. And with the support of these donor things that we've been doing, we have formed groups. So you don't need to invite all the smallholder farmers. A representative from the groups can be invited at the stakeholder engagement level to provide an insight as to what is happening on the ground, and also contribute what we think might be the solution. I had an interview done just this morning, and we were talking about poultry, and the lady was saying, oh, I don't know this, I don't know this. And I said, okay, imagine you being a policymaker. You don't know all these things that are happening. So the capacity buildings that we provide for our smallholder farmers, we think that the policymakers also need the capacity building as well, because once they get to know what we are doing, the impact that it will bring, the results, it will give them a better idea to design the policy that will not end up on the shelves collecting dust. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Edith. I think that's a call to action for our policymakers here in the room. And speaking of the World Bank, we're going to move to you next, Parmesh, to hear about the perspective from the bank. You as well were at the summit in Nairobi a few weeks ago. I'd be interested in you sharing your impressions from the bank side of the event and what the bank's role is moving forward here.
Thanks a lot. Thanks, IFDC, because we have collaborated with you on many occasions at the country level, and a good collaboration is developing in many locations. I also want to thank Edith for giving feedback, and that's what we need from you on how should we do these things better, and I think we will strive to tweak things based on your feedback as well.
You guys should eat lunch together, so
Yeah, we need
talk
that.
about that a little more.
We need that. So I think coming back to soil health, I was in Nairobi for the summit, and I feel that the dialogue shifted from fertilizer to soil fertility in a substantive way. I was on a number of the panels, and we saw that. So personally, I think I personally have for last 10 years now engaged with this agenda more substantively, and we are coming at it from many angles. I think soil health is a public good, because if we don't make soil health as a public good, it remains a private good. So soil health has crossed that stage where it can remain a private good and only the farmers are responsible for it. So we need to make some investments on landscape, as you also said clearly, that it's an integrated solution. We have to work on water, we have to work on landscapes, and we have to work on upgrading the soils to a significant extent, which will come through more physical and other biological kinds of processes, which are not going to be only fertilizer. The second principle is the conjunctive use of soil fertility. Like water, we always talk about surface water, rainwater, groundwater. In fertilizer, we don't talk about biological, microbial action, physical action, all the three things coming together. And I think we know from science that unless microbial action happens, the chemical fertilizer also doesn't get used quite significantly. There's a lot of research on that. Biological action also has to happen. So we need to come with a conjunctive soil fertility plans, which will encompass all these things, which fertilizer will be one of the solutions, but will not be the only solution. The third agenda, we are working now with 16 governments in Africa on how to repurpose the existing fertilizer subsidies to be converted into soil fertility incentives or soil health incentives. So I think because it's subsidy, it gets linked with a particular way of subsidizing and patronage and all the things we talk about, and the political support doesn't come in. But if we are able to build soil fertility incentives and replace subsidies with incentives, you get a very different response. We are trying that in Kenya now with the government and helping the government to rewrite first soil fertility incentive policy. And we have many other countries like Ghana, Nigeria, Ethiopia in line to look at that. Now, what it requires is also taking advantage of the digital and data revolution, as Samantha also talked about in the morning. So we have 7.4 million farmers digitally registered. So all farmers have an ID. If farmers don't have an ID, you will not have data to recommend what kind of precision fertilization you will have for that. Then farms need to have ID. Now there are technologies by which geotagging can be done and every farm can be geotagged. So farmer ID and farm ID is a foundational investment which I think is required to be done. And we are now looking at doing digital registries of farms and farmers in about 29 countries in Africa. It's a big program we're going to launch with our digital and agriculture team doing that. So personally, I think we can do a lot of things which we couldn't do 5 to 10 years back. So I think some foundational investment in data. And then the agenda which comes is how do we do precision agriculture advisory for smallholders? Smallholders never get precision agriculture advisory, they get general advisory, which is not relevant for them. It may be relevant for some other farmer, but it doesn't work for them because their soil is different, their conditions are different, their resources are different. So what we are investing now is a data platform. In Kenya, we have bought in, IFDC really shared all their data. The CGIR bought all its data, and a lot of government research agencies bought their data. And this data has now got integrated into a kind of a machine learning and AI kind of an engine, which is now converted into advisory. And it is a chatbot. First time an AI chatbot is being launched in Kenya and also in Ethiopia. So I personally feel that the current way the extension is provided is very kind of archaic for the new data and digital age. And we are now trying to build an accelerator with Yara initially, but we will like to work with all the industry. It will be called a Soil Fertility Data and Innovation Accelerator. The second phenomena which you should know about Africa is there are 790 tech startups in Africa. Young guys, really full of ideas, who have brought the digital agenda and the agriculture and data agenda together. Unfortunately, the governments and the private sector does not work adequately with them. They are building solutions sometimes with 5,000 farmers, 10,000 farmers. In Kenya, we have invested in a 2 million farmer platform in which 38 startups are working with counties and all the agencies to really provide digitally enabled services. And we work with a lot of agripreneurs, young guys who are providing these services there. So I think the future of extension, the future of how we will develop precision advisories and soil fertility, because there is tons and tons of data. Research trials done by Calro, all the research agencies in Kenya, CGIR has done a lot of data. All data is lying scattered and isolated. So I think the artificial intelligence now allows us to process this data at the back end and provide a customized on-point advisory in a different way. So I would make a very strong case to jig the fertilizer subsidies into soil fertility incentives and also build data and innovation platforms on soil fertility. I think we need at least accelerators on innovation in which the science will also come in. So CET is working with us from CGIR, a lot of local institutions are working with us, data science institutions are working with us. And so I think the agriculture field and the data field have to come together to solve these problems. If we solve this conventionally, we might not get the solution. Finally, what Edith is saying, I think we have digitized all the farmer organizations in Kenya, 690, which is exactly the groups which you are talking about. Each of them has data about their market potential available. And we are now trying to see if we can invest in a market support platform, which can also link the markets, particularly with the unified agreement coming in Africa, in which countries are going to trade with each other. If we don't create information about where produce is available, how it's aggregated, and how it's linked with the buyers of this, we will only produce, but we will not find market. So it needs a composite solutions in which we need the soil health, investment, data investment, and the platform for innovation acceleration to come together. I'll stop.
Thanks so much, Paramesh. A couple of points there I want to follow up on, especially the AI thing. But first of all, Dr. Lal, I want to ask your thoughts on that. Parmesh just outlined a really comprehensive way that we need to be approaching this. What role does science play in that, and how do you see the role of data in really helping us make sure that everyone has access to the information they need?
Thank you very much. Well, the role of science, first of all, I'd like to mention that soil organic matter content is the heart of soil health. And soil organic matter content in all developing countries, not only just Africa, South Asia, Central Asia, the Caribbean, the Andean region, Central America, everywhere, soil organic matter content is depleted. Why it is depleted? Because the farmers are desperate. They do not return what they take from land. They cannot. They take away the crop residue to feed to the cattle. They use dung for something else. Land is left to fend for itself. So somewhere the soil organic matter content, which should be about 1.5 to 3.5% in the root zone, which is now about 0.2%, 0.1%, it has to happen. So science is there. Translating into science into action, we require private sector, World Bank, and other donors. Here, I would like to give a kind request to World Bank to please think big. To restore soil health of the world, I'm not talking about millions of dollars. I'm talking about billions of dollars. To be exact, I'm talking about $100 billion per year for next several years. That's what I meant by think big. We have about 700 million farmers in the world. Small, about 550, medium and large, about 150 million. They all should be rewarded. $50 per credit per year. That is where the $100 billion has to come. And World Bank should help us do that. If you want me to tell you where that $100 billion will come from, let's take the case of cancer by tobacco. Now we know that patients suffering from cancer are being rewarded. We are suffering from cancer of the planet. The warming, the planet is having fever. Why? Because oil exporting countries have a responsibility there. So if they were to refund to the world, say we have a moral duty, we have obligation. Let's say that out of 100 billion, they pay 60 billion. Then private sector and industry probably put another 25. And then I'm not going to say that us, you and me, consumer, we are also culprit, we are also victim. We must also pay. Therefore, $100 billion is not a big amount. But somebody has to think in that term. And then the question that people ask, who will feed Africa? Well, Paddock brothers had the same question in their population bomb, and Iker and others. India is a basket case, forget about Bangladesh. And then Lester Brown came and said, who will feed China? And now the question is raised, who will feed Africa? Africa will feed Africa. Africa has to feed Africa. And that's the only way it will happen. I think I do want to mention something else about factors of soil degradation. You talk about science. Conventionally, I used to say factor of soil degradation is plowing. It's climate change. It is land degradation. It is mining of nutrient. In 2020 to 23 and 2024, the biggest factor of soil degradation in the world is war. The cratering, the compaction of Chernozyms, the best soils of the world, polluting them with explosives. And did you know that after 60 years, the explosives that happened in Vietnam are still causing deformities in wildlife and people? So this problem of killing soil, polluting and degrading it is not going to go away tomorrow. It's here for centuries, and nobody has a right to destroy nature. Also, Food insecurity, we're talking about 820 million. Did you know since last 2-3 months, the number has increased tremendously? Why? Because food has been used as a weapon. And that is not acceptable. So the problem is created by humans. There's plenty of food. It is the human-made tragedies, and we must address that. And I think finally I would really like to mention that the question of what can be done by science, and my message is peace is a scientific issue. Peace is not the birthright of politicians. Soil degradation is the cause of political disturbance and problems. And restoring soil degradation is a scientific issue. Therefore, peace is a scientific issue. And we have to start thinking about that. Restoring degraded soil, putting nutrient back, following the law of return, that everything you take out from soil must be put back, is a scientific issue that underlines the peace, stability, and tranquility in the world. And that is a message we want to convey. That let us try to restore soil health. Let's try to use soil health as a medium to mitigate climate change, to improve water quality, because soil is the largest reservoir of fresh water. And all of those things depend on soil health. So I'm very much pleased that IFDC is going in the right direction of restoring soil health.
Thanks so much for that, Dr. Lal. I think a pretty stark call to action for all of us. Dr. Bahigwa, interested in your comments, response to Dr. Lal's call to action there. You interact, of course, with African policymakers regularly.
Yes, I mean, the messages from Dr. Lal are very clear, but I would like to perhaps get a little more from him. You have millions of smallholder farmers, and you rightly said they season after season cultivate the same piece of land, taking out nutrients that are not returned, and they don't have a choice. They own 1 or 2 acres of land, and you are saying we should have interventions that can encourage increase of humus in the soil, organic matter in the soil. How would you do that? I mean, maybe I would want to know if there are technologies that exist now that will allow this farmer to put aside maybe 1 acre or half an acre every season so that they let the soil rest, regenerate. But is that practical? I would really want to hear from you what this small-scale farmer that every season is growing a piece of beans, sweet potatoes, cassava every season, and maize to be able to survive. How do you help them rejuvenate their soils?
That's a very good question. I think empower farmers. Empower them. If you tell farmers, for example, the same question arises, farmers take away the crop residue. That is how the organic matter is to be built. You have to return the biomass back to the land. The promise is the grains are for people. The crop residue and root biomass is for the soil. And if you don't maintain that equity, then the soil health will degrade. So somewhere farmers, if they are desperate that they have to take away the crop residue also, and the soil cannot feed its organism. Soil, a healthy soil, when we talk about soil health, what is a healthy soil? A healthy soil is the one that has maintained 5 metric ton of living biomass of earthworm, termites, centipedes, millipedes, microbes, everything. Those organisms have to be fed. Their food is not chemicals. Their food is organic matter, like our food is organic matter. When you take away the crop residue, the root biomass, stubble, you take away everything, organisms die. So the question is, how do you ask that very right question, how do you tell farmer put the crop residue back? And the only way to do that is they sell it in the market, tell them you leave it back and we'll pay you. That's the only way. That is where that $100 billion comes from. If you tell that farmer, no, you tell because it's a stewardship and it's your duty to do that, nonsense. You got to pay them. And if you're not willing to pay them, it will not happen. Whether it's a large farmer or small farmer. That is where I put the price tag of $100 billion. And that $100 billion has to go equally to all farmers. Begin with the small farmer. I said 500 million. 550 million to be exact. Other 150 million is the small, medium, and large farmer. Pay them. No payment, no solution to the problem.
So back to Pamesh.
I knew it was coming to
Does this make sense for the World Bank? Does this make sense for the African Development Bank to think along the lines and take his proposal to be something practical to implement on the ground?
I think we have started a pilot on payments for soil health services in Tanzania, 40 million. We're trying to see what the results are for that. And if it works, then this could be integrated into everything we do. But I think the challenge is that we have done sums which show that if 10% of the fertilizer subsidies for some time are put back into it, the organic content will come back. So it's not about always looking for additional resources, looking for what are we spending on. And I tell you, we did the analysis for Kenya and we found 30% soils are already acidic. And you're still putting the things there. And I think that soil doesn't need more fertilizer. It needs something else in order for it to be restored. So it is rearranging the existing subsidies, but we need to be sure that adding this organic content, but payments will have to be done. So as he's saying rightly, that we are testing now to put 40 million as incentives to farmers who do 1, 2, 3. The second thing, which is related to it, we are trying to develop now a project of voluntary carbon market for soil health for 1 million hectares globally, in which the smallholders get $18 to $24. If soil carbon is measured and it's found to be true, then they get payments from the voluntary carbon market. A smallholder with 2 acres is not going to make money out of agriculture unless we create environmental services, unless we create other services for that farmer. And if you create 3 flows for that farmer, one, as she says, coming from what that person sells, the crops, the grains, and then second one comes from plowing back the biomass until the productivity is restored, and the third comes from the carbon, which is a global responsibility to really give them some money for doing carbon. So there's a 1 million hectare carbon market project in Africa, which we are launching now. And we will come to you because we are working on Africa's food system resilience project with Africa Union. That's a 16-country initiative in Eastern Southern Africa and all. So I think farming system resilience is what is about. Unless you make the system resilient, you keep on investing in putting more resources into a resource which is already degraded. So I think we need to restore soil health by, as Dr. Lal also said, bringing incentives for soil health, but also making some credible infrastructure investments into landscapes, water, and all these things in a very creative kind of way. So I don't think it requires the money he's talking about is right. And I think if we can make a case for it, there's a new strategic compact required for soil fertility. It's not going to be done by only World Bank, but I think all the institutions together will have to come and find resources. But initially, the resources can come from the existing public investments. We are doing a public expenditure review on fertilizers in all the countries of the world, and we find that if 20% resources are shifted towards restoring soil health, the productivity will go up. Because it's a chicken and egg situation. Because we don't do that, we keep on putting a lot of fertilizer all the time, then we are never able to get a solution. So I would suggest that there are solutions, and I would say if the Tanzania and the other pilots do well, every World Bank project will have at least 20% on soil health, payment of soil health services. We want to go there, but there's resistance in the bank also in terms of that becoming a product. It's not an easy one because people think that we should not, give payments for to the smallholders for everything under the sun. So I think if African Union develops a policy and you have a program, we would definitely like to work with you on this. Because we have to break this nexus, which is not being broken about continuously putting chemical fertilizers but not restoring soil health.
All right, I like this. We've got some business deal making happening up here on the panel. Dr. Lal, you'd like to respond?
Well, I'm very glad that World Bank colleagues are giving a positive response, and I really would like to. $100 billion is not a large amount. Let me tell you why I don't think. We are 8.2 billion people in the world. And if each one of us paid $10 extra, that's $82 billion right there. So it's come to think of it, it's not really bad. But my concern, Dr. Godfrey, is I would make a strong plea to all African leaders and all colleagues, please have a positive attitude. Very important. The attitude, yes, we are going to do it. Yes, we can do it. That attitude is very important. Here is an example. She told me yesterday she's a small farmer. I said, have you got 1,000 birds? She said, I have 100,000. My God, you're a big farmer. Yeah. So this idea that we can do it, we will do it, we have to do it. And this idea our soils are degraded, our climate is bad, nonsense. We can restore them. There's nothing wrong with the soil, there's nothing wrong with the climate, there's nothing wrong with people. The attitude, the policy, we got to have a policy which are pro-agriculture, pro-farmer, pro-nature, pro-human. With a positive attitude. I shall do it. And that is what will happen. We need some political leaders who have that attitude. So if I were to say that we are missing something in Africa, it's a political willpower to solve the problem. That's missing. And that nobody can give you. You have to have that faith in yourself. I can do it. And when you do it, you will show that the world will be giving you support.
Another very powerful call to action there from Dr. Lal to our African policymakers. Edith, I'd love to come to you next for your reaction to that. I mean, is that the sentiment you hear from, your farmer network? Do people feel empowered that they can do this, or do people say, I don't know where to begin?
I couldn't agree more with Dr. La. It is possible for Africa to feed itself. It is possible for Africa to be inspired by others. But with the right funding, with the right knowledge exchange, it is possible for Africa to be inspired by others. We have the land, we have the soil, we have the people. So I agree with you. It is possible. With the right funding, we have people there that are ready to work. But when it comes to investment in agriculture is not enough in Africa. They see agri as a risk. I know the government of Ghana, they've set up an agency that de-risk agricultural investment, the pilot that they did, and it's working. So the World Bank can support them to de-risk agriculture in Africa to make it possible for our youth to get into agri. You have some youth that wants to go into agri, but we need to have incentives available for the youth to go into agri. If you look at the agriculture in Africa, most of our farmers are aged. And for us to achieve the 2050 food resilience system, we need to get our youth involved, and we need to make it attractive. With the correct funding, because World Bank is here, so I have to repeat it again. With the correct knowledge exchange and the capacity building for our policymakers, it is possible for Africa to feed itself and be inspired by other nations.
You mentioned the importance of empowering youth farmers. Something that you also focus on Rockland is working with women farmers. Tell us a little bit about some of the challenges that women might face when it comes to these issues and how you're working to overcome those.
The women that I'm working with, most of the challenges that you come across is access to finance and access to land and education. So when we started our outgrower, our yield with the women was 0.3 metric tons per acre. But with the capacity building that was supported by SMV to scale under the IFDC program, now we have 1.2 metric tons per acre. That is based on the education that was provided to them. And I think with the right there, we have the extension officers that were involved in this project that we started as well. So the extension services also need the capacity building. I was so much impressed when I went to Georgia. Anything that you need to know about poultry is there. And I said, wow. A farmer in Ghana, whatever you are looking for, you have to go and research what will work for you. So if the World Bank can also help our universities to have a research centers like they have here, it will also go a long way. I do mentorship for the graduates. You have somebody from the university that come to do 6 months hands-on training. They've learned about doing vaccination to birds, doing this, but they haven't actually touched anything before. And this is a graduate, a youth that have graduated from university and is coming to work. So if you can also look into having research centers for our universities to help the youth, that will also go a long way for us to achieve our goals.
Parmesha, you're writing this all down. We've got a long list of things that the bank is going to be tasked with here.
No, I think the challenges of scale. So if you look at what she's saying, we're doing it in many countries, but not necessarily in Ghana. So I think, like if you take the case of Kenya, we have 6 universities, data science universities, CALRO, which is a consortium of all research agencies, developing products and other things. Like we have an innovative startup in dairy called DigiCow, led by a woman entrepreneur, who has helped all the dairy owners to digitize all their data. And that data gets analyzed at the back end, and they get advisory on feed, on AI services, and all that on it. And they've Uberized all the veterinary care providers. So you can even access the veterinary care provider at your doorstep and walk into you within 1 hour. So there are a lot of innovations happening. And Ghana, I would say, is the same kind of an ecosystem. Ghana has about 69 very innovative startups which have to work with SMEs like yours and help you develop that system there. But I think it is important that we work on building an ecosystem, which includes universities, equip the new generation of doing those things, and build that. There is a higher education project which we are now trying to build, prepare, which will be working with almost 60 agriculture and other kinds of universities where these staff from extension come from. And it is to bring in high quality capacity and capability into those, which looks at data, looks at soil fertility, looks at climate change, because the curriculum for a lot of these people has not been changed for quite some time. So we need to really reorient those curriculum. Now, the project we are doing on farming system resilience has built a coalition with African Union, ECOWAS, number of universities, CGIAR institutions, and it's done there. So I would say that in every country, we need to work on building capacity at all levels, build an ecosystem and a consortium in that sense. And clearly in Ghana, we will definitely work with you on designing this new generation program. I'm sure our team works with you very closely, but we need to improve on this and build that ecosystem. So I think what Dr. Lal also says, and you also said some time back, I think we need to have ambitions which are higher. That's the main thing. If we say that we are going to work with at least 50 million farmers in Africa and create a scale platform, then we will work differently. If we go transactionally country by country, I don't think it will happen. So that's why the regional initiatives, we come to conclusion in Africa that we should do more things regionally with African Union and other institutions, and then work with entrepreneurs. Now, we are working now in these programs with 16,000 agripreneurs like yours in all the Africa region. And we are developing a curriculum now, and which I will share with you after this. It's a digitally enabled curriculum, which these people will be able to use to access all the latest information. And I think we have a lot of people in this room. I think there is a weather-related advisory required. There's a lot of advisories required. And globally, we have a lot of this data available now at a much cheaper rate and everything. But that's not available to the young entrepreneur in Africa. So if we can reduce this gap of him accessing this at the back end. So two things which I think you will be interested. We are trying to develop an AI chatbot for all agribusiness SMEs, where we will work with you on building that product and see how we can convert this into something which you can ask 100 questions and it will keep on giving you all the back-end data into those terms. Second is the capacity accelerator, which will be available in Ghana. We would like to launch an accelerator for SMEs with our IFC colleagues there. So it is specific to Ghana. But I would like to work with you very closely to really take your ideas and shape up into something we can do. But I think there are a lot of things in pipeline, but I can't promise one by one, but I think we are clearly want to be very aspirational in Africa, and we are spending 60% of our agriculture lending is now in Africa. I think it will move to 75% of our total lending. We are really shifting our resources to Africa, and we would like to work very closely with African Union and also the entrepreneurs like you to work there. Thank you.
Dr. Lal, I can tell you, you've got one more comment here, and then we're going to move to audience Q&A if you'd all like to get your questions ready.
I would like to mention that I'm fully convinced next few decades are decades of Africa. Dramatic changes are going to happen. We are going to see more changes in African agriculture within the next few decades than have happened since the beginning of agriculture. It's going to happen. The food production is going to increase. We had the same question about Cerrado. Cerrado soils are no phosphorus, pH is very low, there is no water holding capacity. Cerrado has become powerhouse of the world agriculture. The next powerhouse of the agriculture of the world is going to be Africa, I'm sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Lal. Mic drop on the way out there. We are going to take questions from the audience now. We've got a couple of mic runners, so feel free to raise a hand and I'll call on you. I'll ask you to please identify yourself, your name and affiliation, and to please ask a question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Insightful, wonderful question, but also comment wrapped together. So at IFDC, we've got...
Pardon me, could you identify yourself first?
Oh, sorry. I'm
Thank
Vera
you.
Ladell, Director Market Systems Development with IFDC. At IFDC, we've got this statement that talks about waste to wealth. And I know we are starting to talk about youth. How do we innovate so that young people can get employment and can employ others? And I'm going to Edith's business as an example. How do we work with such businesses? I mean, you talk about 100,000 poultry. There's an opportunity for turning waste into wealth. And that wealth could be organic fertilizer. And then who's going to turn it into that wealth? It's the young people. What can they earn from it? So I think there's an opportunity there. And looking at enterprises like Edith, there are a lot of others that are in the agri-processing production sector that can then be facilitated to innovate around waste to wealth and employ young people. Thank you.
Edith, I'll have you respond to that.
Thank you, Femi. Currently, the chicken droppings, the smallholder farmers use it as their organic fertilizer on their field. We don't do extra processing to it. They picked it from the farm and they spread it on their lands, leave it there for like 4 weeks before they started the planting. So they use the inorganic fertilizer to support it as well. So they use less inorganic fertilizer because of the chicken droppings that they are using. That also help with the yield that we've achieved so far. And I agree with you, we can get the youth to also make it into an organic fertilizer, package it well, and be able to sell it to the smallholder farmers.
Parmesh.
Just a piece of information on that. I think circular economy is going to be a big driver for future. What point you talked about all the fertilizers. So we are working with Wageningen on a Lighthouse Africa project with many innovators in Africa, and to really see whether we can build a circular economy enterprises accelerator as part of the work we are doing. And I think the things like producing organic fertilizer, using waste, producing gas, biogas, lots of enterprises which will be circular economy enterprise will be important. Our recent report shows that we can increase agriculture GDP by almost 50% if we bring circular economy innovations back into it. So this is a piece we are really watching futuristically.
Peter.
Peter McPherson. The comment about farmers not really having an incentive to care for the land, I guess I don't really think that's true, and I think the question is how you even strengthen that. Fernando de Soto, in decades over, has produced all this literature and studies about land titling. And I don't know the situation in detail in Africa, but title of land is the best way for farmers. I know my father felt that. This was his land, and he was going to take care of it. A question, though. I'm intrigued by the idea of a farmer ID. And clearly, these massive changes, technology is at the core of them. We could have all these discussions. I won't try to probe that too deeply here, but how does that fit into financial services? I mean, I look at what India has done with bank accounts. I look at a number of other countries, and in African countries, in many of them, there's big remittances coming in. So how do you have some system of accounts where the remittance come in, they're distributed, you can end up getting loans potentially, you can distribute. I would hope there wouldn't be two different systems developed, or is that too big, though that might be a security risk.
So I think you're absolutely right. So we draw inspiration because India has now registered almost 80% of the farmers in an agri-data stack. And they have shared this data along with satellite data and others with all the banks. We have seen that the approval rate of loans for farmers is being done in 2 hours because the data is available at the back end. And I think we ran an innovation challenge in Africa. A lot of innovators, we say, can we develop a credit score for smallholders based on satellite data, transaction data, the ID, and all that. And I think there are almost 11 good ideas, and Equity Bank and lots of banks are interested in using credit scores for smallholders so that they can approve loans for farmers based on data within 4 hours and take less risk because you are also calculating whether it's risky to invest in that farmer. Currently, smallholders are considered the most risky proposition by the bankers, not only in Africa, but all over the world. So it is not just Africa. But I think the behavior changes if we do that. Mexico, we worked with the largest refinancing bank, which built a data platform that it gave finance to the banks, but also gave data. And with that behavior, they increased the lending to smallholders by almost 65%. We strongly believe that investing in the data stack with Farm ID and also not Farmer ID and Farm ID, both. I think it will not only by registering farmers, because that plot you have to give data about the Earth observation data, lots of other. So basically, we are doing a large-scale pilot now in Kenya, which is called Agri Wallet, which you have said rightly, the savings, remittances, other behavior, and that converts into a wallet, and based on wallet, you are given credit for the next season, basically. So it includes your savings. If you are getting remittances from outside, that's also included. But it also looks at the physical and other properties of your land, and then based on that. So I personally feel that's a moonshot project we have, is that all smallholders in Africa should have a credit score, as we have. Now, we didn't have a credit score even in urban areas 10 years, 15 years back. It has transformed. Everyone has a credit score. So why don't we develop a rural credit scoring model, which all the banks use as a public good, a common public good, and we invest a little bit in creating that. So we are working with our financial sector colleagues, we are working with the African Development Bank, and I think this is a project which we need to do, but it requires the data stack to be there. Yeah. So I think it is something, if it should happen in the next 5 to 10 years. If this happens, then I think the resources which will come into agriculture will fundamentally change.
Edith, I'm interested in your thoughts on that and what that would mean for your community if farmers have credit scores. You know, is that something that people are asking for?
That will really help the farmers because some of them are credit worthy, but because the system is not there, it's not possible for them to get it. You know, they've started their own VSLAs. With the VSLAs that they've started, and if we have this credit score system with the VSLA, it should be easy for the farmers to get access to finance, to upskill their farm businesses, and also take care of their families, which is the most important aspect of it.
Thank you. And Godfrey, I want to bring you in and react to the first part of Peter's comment about land tenure. I'm curious to hear if that's, you know, something that you hear from policymakers. Are African leaders talking about these issues of land tenure? Is that something that comes up in these conversations, or is it something that people really are not paying attention to?
That's a tough one. Because the land tenure systems on the continent are as diverse as the countries themselves, and even within countries, you had multiple land tenure systems. So you cannot have a one-fit-all type of solution. But what I want to agree with is fundamentally, if you have land tenure security on the piece of land that you own, then the chances of taking care of it are higher. I'm not sure if that resolved the earlier question we had, that if you're a small-scale farmer with only 2 acres of land, and that is all you have to yourself, whether having a title for it makes a difference in terms of your ability to feed yourself. I'm not sure about that, but having tenure security on land definitely encourages a long-term investments on that land. And I think if there are technologies or solutions that we started discussing earlier to start rewarding farmers, giving them incentives to take care of the land, and definitely if they have longer-term security on that piece of land, that can work a little bit easier. I need to keep in touch with the PAMES to see the experiments that are happening in Tanzania and Ethiopia and Kenya and so on. Because as the African Union, these are the types of solutions that we would want to know about, that they're actually working and they are being applied, so that then we can use our platform, continental platform, to popularize them among the rest of the countries. So having a compendium of success stories or good practices that are happening across the continent, I think would be a good thing that the African Union would want to know. And we are increasingly hearing from our member states about the need to learn about good practices. The constant bombardment on recommendations after recommendations, I think people are getting tired of that. People want to hear about success stories that are happening in different parts of the continent that they can relate to and that can be scaled up across the continent.
And Parmesh, is that something the bank is doing? Is that a focus of all the programs that you've been talking about today, is really gathering success stories and spreading that and sharing that knowledge?
I think our team is trying to get experiences from all over the world We are developing an open learning campus program jointly with Agra right now on some of these best practices. And they have this Kala program of African leadership in which we are populating all these practices. And we have made available a lot of our material to all the universities in Africa to use this as a part of the curriculum, because I think whatever we are producing as a knowledge is a global public good. And we cannot hold on to this and say, we will do it. So I would definitely try to work with the African Union, Godfrey, and others to see if we can develop kind of a core kind of a learning program on soil fertility, which brings all the practices together. But it's also on data, it's on digital, it's not just soil fertility. We feel that we have use cases on soil fertility, use cases on credit. There are a number of compendium, as we are saying, and I think we have that. We are offering right now a series on Open Learning Campus. It's called What's Cooking. Currently, it has 11,000 subscribers globally, and I'm very glad to say that 5,000 of them are from Africa. And I think Africa is a voracious consumer of knowledge and learning. I think this is also another impression people have, is that Africa is not consuming knowledge and learning. I think they consume it all the time. Whenever I go, I have an alumni association of these people. I meet hundreds of people who are continuously accessing this. But I think they need an incubator and an accelerator to work after they have got knowledge. I think that's the thing which is missing. I think personally feel that we need a multitude of accelerators and incubators in Africa to allow a lot of young people and other people who have knowledge to convert that into options. And so this soil fertility accelerator, which we are going to launch in Nairobi in September, is going to be data and innovation accelerator, where we have got all the agencies. IDFC is going to be part of that accelerator. Yara is there, and lots of other agencies, private sector are there. CIAT and CGIR system is there. The governments are there. I think we need, on climate front, soil fertility front, and also the SME front, many incubators and accelerators in Africa. And I think that will unleash the entrepreneurial energy which Africa has. We have to incubate and accelerate that. And I think we are committed to accelerating that. But I think we have a lot of investors who would like to invest in Africa in a very systematic way. With our private sector arm, IFC, we are trying to create a dedicated Africa fund, which, as Dr. Lal says, is not that big as he wants it to be. Obviously, he's really impatient. As he's coming to that part of his life, he's impatient. And I think we need to be impatient for Africa. But I think let's try to create a consortium on soil fertility. And I think anyone who wants to write to me and you want to work on an accelerator on soil fertility, please feel free. All the IDFC members are most welcome to come and work with us on that.
Thanks very much, Parmesh. We had a question in the back there. Michael. Oh, sorry. Was there someone else? Okay, Charlotte.
Thanks very much. Charlotte Hebebrand from IFPRI. I was going to ask Ratan Lal about the role of fertilizers in soil health. I mean, it was great that he talked about the importance of both. I wanted to ask him about the role fertilizers can play also in helping to build up soil organic matter. But I have a question also maybe for you, Parmesh, but also for you, Godfrey. I think thinking about repurposing fertilizer subsidies is very important, right? And incentivizing soil health. But when push comes to shove, isn't the tendency still to go for fertilizer subsidies, as we saw as a result of the invasion of Ukraine and the incredible price spikes of fertilizers? And the bank, I believe, did in fact also provide funding for large amounts of fertilizer subsidies. So what are the real dynamics here? How can we actually make a change? Is it realistic? And what is the role of the regional development banks, the global, the World Bank, and donor countries in this regard? Thanks.
Thanks, Charlotte. Godfrey, you want to start, and then we'll give Parmesh a little break here, and then we'll come to you.
I'm no expert in subsidy programs. Is Professor Mukandawira in the room? Because he comes from a country, Malawi, where fertilizer subsidies play an important role, not only in boosting ag productivity, but there is also politics surrounding that. So I would want to defer, if you allow, Professor Mukandawe, for you to give maybe a 1 minute response to that question. What are your thoughts about repurposing fertilizer subsidies to incentives? He's somewhere here. Yeah. Sorry to put you on the spot.
Well, I'm not an expert in repurposing fertilizer subsidies, but definitely that's an issue which we are considering in Malawi very, very seriously. But more importantly, it's about ensuring that we engage the leadership in the country to appreciate that, by actually directing the subsidies into other areas that will enhance productivity, particularly around the restoration of soil health, is critical. So this speaks to, the question of, that's a question which I had actually, to the impassionate plea by, Professor Lar, in terms of, is there capacity at the local level to begin to define those mechanisms on repurposing fertilizer subsidy, particularly for policy analysts who work on these political economy issues, which very often we don't raise those, because you can convince government that by directing your fertilizer towards maybe soil health restoration, they'll still achieve the same objectives of enhancing agricultural productivity. But do we have that capacity at the local level to undertake that kind of work that will convince the leadership that this is the right way of doing it? So I think there's a gap there in terms of knowledge. And again, I mean, my question is, are we making efforts to strengthen that local capacity, particularly in terms of linkages with the global North institutions, to ensure that these issues around repurposing fertilizer subsidies or other interventions that will stimulate action take place? Are we building that capacity to drive, those interventions?
Thank you for your assistance.
I'm actually going to come to Edith on that point, and then we'll come to you, Parmesh, to hear from the World Bank portion of the question. But Edith, I'd love to hear from you on the local capacity piece.
The local capacity to produce it or the local capacity to use it?
The local capacity in terms of, what he was just saying about how the fertilizer subsidies can be very harmful locally, and sort of how we work within that policy space, but also with farmers to morph those into something else, which of course can be a really difficult political issue, right?
Because I know with Agra last season, the Yara, they did a very good job. So Yara, the fertilizer they were selling was for the women, smallholder farmers. They were not using aggregators. The farmers have to go and get it with your details and everything to get the subsidy. So that really, really went a long way, the way Yara did the way they applied the fertilizer incentives on our last season crops.
All right, Parmesh, we'll come to you now for the bank angle for Charlotte's question.
So I think it is the dialogue has started. I wouldn't say that we are there yet. And we are a membership organization. The governments own the World Bank. And if the government say they want fertilizer, we can't say that we won't think about fertilizer. It's not an overnight kind of a thing. But what I would say that we have this dialogue going on in 36 countries. In a way, the Ukraine crisis precipitated thinking about options. So I have to give that it has created the dialogue. So to give you an example, that the presidential office in Kenya said that how can we reduce the fertilizer thing by 50% or $50 million? Or can we go with a precision advisory to farmers, precision fertilization, as opposed to giving everyone the same thing? And we were already working on an e-voucher model, which is like targeting it better with them. And I think we were able to work at that stage on a data platform, which the president's office used to really reorient the subsidies in a particular kind of way. So it's a breakthrough there, clearly a breakthrough. And I think we used a lot of IFDC data also there, to influence that. And it's very good that at that stage there was a data sprint. And we told everyone that President's office is saying that we not this in 2 weeks. So people who had never shared data started sharing data. So it's also the problem that the data exists but never gets shared. And I think that has led to creation of a platform there. So I think the countries are discussing, even Malawi right now is considering thing. And what we have done is we've given a $5 million grant to many countries to test various options. You know, it's not like, because it is risky politically. So as you rightly said, you are saying, where is this soil health thing working? So we made some inroads into giving some grants and testing solutions, and then slowly incorporating components in our projects which look at other options to the subsidies. So I would say that in next 2-3 years, we might have a critical mass of learning. We are also launching an academy course with our Open Learning Institute on repurposing, policies, because there is demand. Interestingly, the demand comes from whom? This is a political economy question. It comes more from finance ministers, not the agriculture ministers. Because finance ministers are interested in reducing their budget. So in the moment the Kenya is able to reduce fertilizer subsidies by 30 million, they were consuming this data to be able to save money. Now, that's not how we are doing it. We don't want the subsidies to be reduced. We want subsidies to be converted into soil fertility incentives. The danger is that this could be used to reduce allocation to agriculture, whereas agriculture still requires public resource allocation. So I think if we work with IFPRI and others to create this new kind of economics pathways kind of project, our colleague Madhur, who was leading this agenda, is now working with IFPRI now. So I think clearly we are sort of looking at this new generation of knowledge and learning, which really will give options to a lot of countries to look at different options. So we are combining the data digital part, the policies part, and that. So Malawi, Tanzania, and Ghana, there's about 11 countries which are working on this repurposing agenda. I can't say where we are going to land up with this, because it is a complex issue. As he says, it's a political economy issues. There are short-term gains to be made. People have built very clear models on how to extract rent from the system. But I think the more it becomes transparent and more the farmers know about what is their entitlement of incentives, I think more it will become easier to us. So I think creating a transparent data platform on incentives for soil fertility fertilizers, which is directly accessible to farmers, is important. Now, I think you can see India has now a direct benefit transfer system where the amount goes directly to the farmer's account. And farmer clearly knows what came in. And we are now testing 1 million hectares voluntary carbon market to use the same platform to send flows to the same account. They will know that they got $28 for carbon credits if they do XYZ. So now building measurement systems to measure that behavior of using soil carbon and soil fertility, other options, and incentivizing farmers to do that will change the behavior. But I don't think we are there yet. So I think this is a long-drawn agenda, and I think it's not going anywhere soon. It's going to be worked on all the time.
All right, we've got a question there in the back still.
Thank you very much. Michael Gabriel with Weltungerhilfe, German and GOWHH. This is great discussion. Thank you very much. On soil health, future-proofing, on pastoralist livelihoods, which we haven't really touched on enough, I think. In Africa, it's around, 260 million people get their livelihoods based on pastoralism. And we're talking a lot about incentives on fertilizer. What would be some good policies and incentives that would help to reduce, or let's say reverse, land degradation that pastoralists need for pasture land that maybe the African Union and World Bank might be working on to help with that? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Michael. Godfrey, I'll pose that to you first.
Let me respond by illustrating a practice that happened in Uganda, where I come from. Our own President Museveni is a cattle keeper. came from the cattle, what we call the cattle corridor of Uganda. So about 4 decades ago, he was able to persuade his community to abandon the practice of pastoral farming, nomadic farming, livestock farming, and encourage them to own land instead of moving from one piece to the other, encourage them to title the land, which happened, encourage them to invest in water harvesting so they can have water all the time for the animals, and that has worked miracles. That part of the country has part of the highest per capita income in the country, and livelihoods are much better. And that population probably is anywhere about 300 to 400,000 people, but we are talking of 250 plus million across the continent. Can that serve as an example? Maybe. We tried it in another part of the country, northeastern Uganda, where we have the people they call the Karimojong. It has not been that successful. For decades, they continue to believe in transhumance, changing from one part of the other, part of the territory to the other, including crossing borders from Uganda to Kenya, to South Sudan, and having troubles with their neighboring tribes and so on. You know the issues. So as a public policy response, I think it's an area for learning, and clearly you have to engage with the communities to find the solutions around issues of land degradation, access to water, land management, and so on. And we are constantly looking for really for answers. But engagement with the local communities is part of the solution. But I'm not sure it's a magical solution that you can apply across communities. We have to take it community by community and find local solutions to those problems. But what I can tell you is, as we are trying to formulate the next 10 years of the CADAP agenda, focus on livestock farming, including both settled and pastoral, is going to form an important segment or component of our 10-year strategy, because indeed you are right, we have previously been biased towards crop agriculture and not paid as much attention as we should to livestock farming and especially pastoralists.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bahigwa. And that brings us to the end of our session. Unfortunately, we're out of time. We hope to continue these conversations throughout the rest of the day. We are moving now to lunch, so we hope you can all enjoy the meal. And then this afternoon will be the meat of the day, the breakout sessions. So those will begin at 1:30. Please check your email for your assignment for your breakout session. You'll receive an email from IFDC to tell you which breakout session you'll be in. And we definitely look forward to continuing these conversations. I'm Teresa Welsh, President of Bloom Global Communications. Please join me in thanking our illustrious panel, Edith, Dr. Bahigwa, and Parmesh. And on to lunch. Thanks so much.
Okay, everyone, thank you so much for coming back after the group work. We have a very special guest coming, so we're really proud of everyone to start on time. Can I convince anyone sitting in the back, and if I know your name, I'm going to call it, to come forward? Thank you, Dale. Thank you, Alvin. Yeah, Ekwe, don't go in the back. If any of your friends are in the bathroom, text them and tell them to come quickly. Kuta, please take your seats. Great. Oh, yes. So thank you so much, everyone, for coming back from your thrilling and engaging working groups. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Lee Winowicki. I'm a soil scientist at the World Agroforestry Center in Nairobi. And I have the esteemed pleasure to introduce our next guest, Dr. Shavonda Jacobs-Young. She needs no introduction, but kindly allow me to introduce her. She serves as the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Undersecretary for Research, Education, and Economics, referred to as REE. She is also USDA's Chief Scientist. The REE mission is comprised of more than 8,500 employees. So next time you're complaining you have too many staff under you, please remember 8,500 employees across all 5 organizations, including Ag Research Service, Economic Research Services, National Agricultural Statistics Service, National Institute of Food and Ag Office, and the Office of the Chief Scientist. Together with these 5 organizations, they aim to advance agricultural research, innovation, data, and extension, addressing agriculture's highest priorities, such as climate-smart agriculture, nutrition security, food safety, and strengthening of the supply chain. Do we hear any reoccurring themes of what you discussed in the working groups? This is precisely why Dr. Shavonda Jacobs-Young is coming in now after the intensive working groups. Prior to being appointed by President Biden to serve as the REE Undersecretary, Dr. Shavonda Jacobs-Young was also the ARS Administrator for 8 years. She is a Fellow of the American Association for the Advancement of Science and National Academy of Public Administration. She holds an MS and PhD degree from North Carolina State University. And with all of our energy and appreciation, let's welcome her to the stage.
Well, you guys have been hard at work, I'm told, and you've had some fabulous speakers all day. And thank you for the flexibility of allowing me to go just a little bit early in your agenda. Now, today, there are over 800 million people around the world who don't have enough to eat, who are struggling with food security. And we know that global population is expected to exceed 9.8 billion by 2050s. So colleagues, we have a monumental task ahead of us. farmers, ranchers, fishers, foresters, they're all working tirelessly to produce enough food, feed, and fiber to satisfy us all. But they face growing challenges from climate change, extreme weather patterns, pests, and diseases. The future of food and nutrition security and addressing the challenges of climate change rely on all of our collective action. And that's why it's so great to see so many of you in the room today. Because food security is national security. Agriculture research and development are essential for creating solutions to improve food and nutrition security. In fact, USDA studies show that each dollar invested in federal agriculture research results in $20 of impact to the economy. Let that sink in. You make a bet on that one. Yet, public ag research receives little publicity. Yet each of us benefit from it every day. The United States has a proven track record of making investments in research that pays off. Now, despite a decrease in land and labor, U.S. ag productivity has grown by 142% since 1948. Decreased land and labor. This rise stems from an adoption of a wide-ranging variety of publicly funded innovations in crop and livestock breeding, nutrient use and pest management, and farm and field management. We do this work because we know that 21st century challenges require 21st century solutions. USDA scientists and all the scientists that USDA supports across the ag enterprise are exploring cutting-edge technologies like biotechnology, including genetic engineering to improve crop production and efficiency. We're studying precision agriculture technologies like artificial intelligence, robotics, and sensors to automate currently labor-intensive tasks associated with agriculture. I don't care what country you're in, labor comes up. And so technology is going to be critically important for our future. We're optimizing techniques like agrovoltaics to maximize land use for agriculture and solar energy production. And we're improving animal health and antimicrobial stewardship by focusing on programs that can be developed by the public and private, and might I add, philanthropic sectors, all working together, engaging everyone to be a part of the solution. And most importantly, as scientists, and many of you in this room, we are prioritizing measurable and achievable goals. Researching ways to improve soil health, something that might be of interest to the folks in this room. We need to improve soil health so that we can continue to boost crop yields, enhance water quality, increase nutrient availability and carbon sequestration, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The United States recognizes that international collaboration is key to ensuring global food security while enhancing agriculture's ability to address the causes and manage the consequences of climate change. Most recently, I was in Brazil with the chief scientists from the G20 countries. And these were significant portions of the conversations. How do we all come together to take on the biggest challenges facing agriculture? And sure, not every country is on the same page when it comes to policies or philosophies. However, we all agree that doing nothing is not an option. For this reason, the U.S. has partnered with the United Arab Emirates to launch the Agriculture Innovation Mission for Climate. Some of you may have heard of AIM for Climate, and some of you were at our summit. Thank you, Lee, and others. We're working to make ambitious investments in climate-smart agriculture and food systems innovation. We need to be very active to search solutions for this challenge. We want to be able to enable the world to meet our nutritional needs, increase agriculture productivity, improve livelihoods, conserve nature and biodiversity, build resilience to climate change, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and sequester carbon. And when climate-smart agriculture innovations are designed with users in mind, the farmers at the centers of everything we do, these cascading benefits can increase equity by providing more tools to people across the agriculture and food value chain. If Secretary Vilsack were here, he'd talk to you about the importance of small to mid-sized farms and finding ways for all farms, small, mid-sized, large farms, women-led farms, veteran-led farms. I won't go down the list. But we need all farms to not only be productive, but they also need to be profitable. The average age of farmers, we know from the National Agricultural Statistics Service, latest Census of Agriculture, is 58.1 years old, with a large portion of those farmers over the age of 65. How do we encourage young people to go into farming? And we always say you don't have to be a farmer to help a farmer, but we need farmers. Let's just be clear. We feed a large portion of the United States and many parts of the world. So we know it's important to be able to help producers. And we know that investment in agriculture research and development has long been a driver of prosperity and resilience. And it has never been more important as agriculture and food systems around the world face a range of unprecedented challenges. Aim for Climate Partners catalyze greater investment in climate-smart agriculture and food systems innovation to really help us raise global ambition. Aim for Climate presents an opportunity to enable solutions at the intersection of food security and climate, and is uniquely positioned to build greater public-private investments and cross-sectoral partnerships. Now, since the launch of Aim for Climate, partners have mobilized to commit to an increase of $17 billion in climate-smart agriculture and food systems innovations over a 2020 baseline. That's $17 billion new dollars. Launched over 75 innovation sprints and formed a historic climate-smart agriculture coalition with over 600 partners. This demonstrates a strong global commitment necessary to address the challenges of food insecurity and climate change. Now, on the road to COP29 later this year in Azerbaijan, there are many opportunities for all of you to engage and support Aim for Climate. First, if your organization has not already joined, we welcome you to join as a knowledge partner. Joining us is via simple form. It's a simple form on our website, and it's a really simple web address to remember, www.aimforclimate.org. And we would love to have you. Second, consider joining Aim for Climate as an innovation sprint partner. Aim for Climate is accepting applications for this last cohort of Aim for Climate innovation sprints to be announced at COP29. Championed by non-government organizations, an innovation sprint is an increase in investment to achieve a specific measurable goal or outcome in agriculture innovation for climate-smart agriculture in an expedited time frame. Yes, we need action, and that's what Aim for Climate is about. As many of you know, improved soil health benefits growers and the environment by improving nutrient use efficiency, drought resilience, downstream water quality, greenhouse gas mitigation, carbon sequestration, and ultimately, soil health improves grower incomes and livelihoods. There are 14 Aim for Climate innovation sprints that are focused on improving soil health. And here are just a few highlights. You heard from Administrator Power this morning. The Vision for Adapted Crops and Soils, or VAX, aims to foster more resilient food systems. VAX seeks to boost agriculture productivity and nutrition by developing diverse, climate-resilient crop varieties and building healthy soils. The U.S. Regenerative Cotton Fund plans to provide a standardized, science-based, locally relevant framework to measure and monitor soil health. But this alone is not enough, so I encourage all of you to consider joining Aim for Climate as an innovation sprint partner. And applications are due by August 30th, and we're here. Mr. Adamson, Jeremy Adamson from my team is here, and we're happy to talk to you more about Aim for Climate. Again, applying is simple, and I encourage you to visit the website to learn more. Now, I hope that all of you would join us on the journey to expand partnerships and increase investment in and support for climate-smart agriculture and food systems innovation for a more food-secure future. We're so proud of what we've accomplished together, but the work is not done. The big words today are translating research into action, and it sounds like that's what you all are working very hard to accomplish in this meeting. We have a lot of strategic plans in Washington, D.C. Insert name, action plan, framework plan, just insert, but without action, they're all just beautiful publications on the shelf. If our scientists conduct a research every day, and what I love about ag research is we don't do science for science sake. There's a real problem, and we take real action to find a solution. But if those scientists' work just ended up in a peer-reviewed publication, in a dusty file cabinet, we would not have served our purpose. And so the true impact comes in translating research into action. And so with your work and what you plan over this conference, I hope that our scientists, both internal to USDA and across the land grant system and across any organization that's taken on innovation, will be able to support the vision that you've developed here and all the actions that you plan going forward. So with that, thank you for the opportunity to join you today, and I appreciate your time and attention.
Science, right? Science in action. So please, he'll stand here. And Jerry, make sure. Please, in the center. Yeah, so you can stand here.
Oh, that's because I'm small. All right, I need everybody to squeeze in. I know you don't really know each other, but let's get to know each other. All right. Everyone in this side of the front, everyone in this side. So we're all going to say the word science. Soil health. 1, 2, 3, science. Science. Squeeze in just a little bit more. 1, 2, 3, soil health. 1 inch wider. 3, 2, 1, science. Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks so much. I'm Tom here. So I appreciate I'm on the board for IFDC.
So we are going to move in.
Very happy that she was able to come. Yeah, absolutely. And, yeah, I was just telling Hank I would love to get back down and just,
Thank you. Thank you.
Innovation Service Center project and some of the USDA money that we hear about. The U.S. government gave us labs in power plant 50 years ago. And they have already had a job maybe I'm in maintenance dollars.
well, it's, I was fortunate.
They can sit down and write.
So we don't need
They didn't show you, they didn't show you, they showed you the water.
Wait a second, wait a second. Okay, wait, is this happening? No. She's like, now I'm definitely going
Thank you.
We need that.
Yeah, we do.
When do you want?
Thank you. Thank you.
You'll put gold.
When do you want?
Yeah, it's gonna take.
Do you want him to go first?
Coming out of the summit. I have a congressman, you do too. I give it all, I think. Sure, he's our congressman.
Yeah.
So, you know,
But do you know how to load it?
case statement.
We'll just have him go first and you.
Conversation.
Okay, is everybody still here? You see, she can't get out. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I know we're supercharged by Dr. Shavonda Jacobs-Young's call for real action. I couldn't appreciate her words more. And I think it was the perfect opening for our final panel, which means we're that much closer to cocktail hour. Nobody's listening? Okay, yeah, cocktail hour. It's okay. No, we'll just leave it, it's fine. Okay, so this is our final session to get some feedback from the working group. So just allow me 1 minute to talk about where we are now and why these working groups are so important. Dr. Shavonda Jacobs-Young said there's insert name action plan. In fact, we have an action plan for soil health coming out of the Africa Fertilizer and Soil Health Summit. And we're really at a crossroads now, and how to take all this commitment we've seen and put it into implementation on the ground, to really turn it into action. And I actually see that right now we're at a crossroads. So I'm a soil scientist, and I've been a soil scientist my entire professional career. And we've often complained that soil has been overlooked. In fact, if you Google my name and soil overlooked, you'll find a number of blogs with that title. And we give all these explanations for why soil is overlooked. Maybe we're terrible communicators because most soil scientists are introverts. Maybe it's because soil is so ubiquitous on the terrestrial ecosystem that we take it for granted. So I say we're at a crossroads because we can no longer say that soil is overlooked. We just had 55 member states sign on to the Nairobi Declaration, committing political will to scale soil health in their nation. So now we have an even bigger responsibility. We spent decades raising awareness and increased intensification of this awareness raising since the UN Food Systems Summit. And now is the time to truly bend the curve on land degradation, bend the curve on soil degradation. We heard the chief scientist from the USDA talk about the multiple ecosystem services provided by healthy soil, but she also said something today that we haven't mentioned: farmer livelihoods. Healthy soil will improve and increase farmer livelihoods. And I think making that connection is really important. So now this panel is where we hear from the working groups, but we also look for cross-fertilization, collaboration across working groups, and we get to ask questions. And as you noticed, I tried to engage in every single working group. Some of them I was able to stay quiet, but then I gave up on that by like group 3 and provided input, the nature of who I am. But I found some really interesting common threads and trends, and I look forward to all of you doing active listening. So that means not texting, it means actively listening, and find those common threads or even gaps that we need to address from the working groups. For example, I saw a common thread. Every single group talked about generating and leveraging evidence and data, talked about collective action, which is really cool because that's what Samantha Power talked about, not just using USAID funded programs, but leveraging other partner programs, the need for raising awareness, and this idea of identifying the role of various stakeholders and the actual role and responsibility that all of us and the different stakeholders have to make this action plan a reality. I am not going to say the names of everyone because I'm not sure if you've changed your representative. So I welcome the working group representatives to come to the panel, and we will start the discussion.
So we can clap for them as they come up, please.
And I see 7 chairs, so I'm expecting 6 panelists. Great. So I've already given you a lead-in of Dr. Vara Prasad, about the research and evidence, and also because we don't want your slide to be up here the whole time.
Sure.
So before you go, we really would like to hear about what specific recommendations the research and evidence group has, and also think about your ask from the other groups, right? So that you can really make sure we're doing, what is the word? Actionable research. Thank you.
How much time do I have?
5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay.
Before.
Sure. So I'll go very fast. So first of all, thank you very much for giving me this fantastic opportunity today to speak here in front of you. And this is a collective effort which was done through multiple methodologies. First, we co-created a survey. We implemented the survey with about 200 scholars around the world. And then we had a survey results, which I'm going to be skimming through. And then we had the workshop today, where we brainstormed the research gaps and opportunities, and 2 recommendations for the 3 questions which we asked. So I'll skip the initial piece, the rationale you all know, the Nairobi Declaration, the 10-year action plan. So there was a need to implement some critical ideas. So we implemented a survey, sent it out to 900 people, 200 responses in first 10 days without any reminders. So the survey will be open. If anyone is interested, we'll request you, we'll send you the survey, and then you can get us the information. So we classified the survey in 4 questions. One was policy, one was access, one was focused on efficiency, another one was human and institutional capacity. So there were 55 questions. So considering the time I have, I'm not going to talk about the results of the survey, but I'll at least highlight some of the key areas. One of them is that, do you see a relationship between fertilizer use and soil health? 33 plus 28 said that they're unaware of the soil health concepts and they don't see a relationship with fertilizer use. So there is a need to be better communicating that information. And then another one was, what are the areas which needs most research? Develop soil tests, lab and rapid to calibrate soil health and nutrients. That was very, very clear on that one. And then what's the most limits the application? Fertilizer cost was the big one, and not knowing how much to apply and which nutrients based on the soil and crop needs. And then how do farmers use their fertilizer decisions right now? On their own experience, 65%, and then they get an advice from the consultant also based on their experience. Very few are using the soil testing and other methodologies. And what's the one thing farmers could do to improve production practices? Use combined soil health and proper fertilizer practices was overwhelmingly a result. And then what's the most important thing that would be advised to the farmers to do to improve soil health? Increase soil organic matter unanimously. Almost 38% of them said that. And then what would you like most to measure? It's soil organic matter, including soil carbon was one of the key things as a measure of soil health. And the last question, or last slide, is that which statement about the availability of the human resources and fertilizer and soil health was there? Lack of resources to hire qualified people. Even if funds were available, some 60% said that qualified people are there, but the 24% said that even if we have the resources, we do not have the qualified people. So that's a report from the survey. And then we did a lot of topics today. We asked these 3 specific questions. The goal is to improve efficiency, resilience, and sustainable use of mineral fertilizers. We did the gaps and the opportunities. The goal was to increase access, affordability, use of mineral and organic fertilizer, gaps, opportunities, enhanced human and institutional capacity, gaps and opportunities. So there was about 50 or 60 people online, and there was about 20 people in the group, in the room. So we used a mural board and asked them to type it on these Post-its, and they were all placed up there. Thanks to Caroline and the team for helping us there. So these are the gaps, these are the opportunities. We spent quite a bit of time on those, and I know it's difficult to read, but this presentation and the documents will be shared. And then similarly, we do for the second question about access affordability of mineral and organic fertilizers. Then we did for the human and institutional capacity. We skipped the policy one because I know there was another group who was focusing on policy, so that's why we didn't ask that question, and there was not enough time as well. So the recommendations from each of these topics, I'm just putting 4 of them. I'll read the first 2 and remaining you can read. So about the efficiency and resilience, need for basic soil fertility data, field scale, nutrient supplies, neutral removal balances, and need for hyper-local level spatial and site-specific data. And you can read the other ones: improve the resources efficiency, train the farmers, create unified platform frameworks. And then the second question was, how do we increase access affordability? Create market opportunities to fill the geospatial gaps where distribution is not meeting the crop needs. Use geospatial and digital tools to identify market opportunities. Decentralize the production. Focus on local production and formulation of organic and inorganic fertilizer sources. Capture the value add from formulation locally. And then for the last question, create a platform and mechanisms for support for co-learning, collaboration, and incentivize the partnerships between universities, research organizations, NGOs, industry, and extension services. And the last one was effective curriculum, openly available education material for engaged scholars from youth and women and local indigenous knowledge and others. Focus both on short-term and long-term training. Thank you very much for that.
Wow, that was well done. So does everyone have their notebook? Yeah. Show me. If you need a piece of paper, someone with a notebook will give it to you. Questions, immediate thoughts you have, write it down. We can collect them. We want to make sure that these recommendations, once we revise them, have input from everyone here. We've been talking all day, so let's make sure if you have any ideas, immediate reactions, don't lose them. Write it down, and then any of our rapporteurs can come pick them. Now, you know, in a debate, when someone's debating and they say the other person's name, then they're allowed to respond. I heard policy from the evidence group. So I think it is natural for us to move to the group that has 2 co-chairs, because enabling environment really requires that. So we'll start with Charlotte, and I will let you please introduce yourself. And then I think we'll move to your co-chair, Richard Makandawari, to fill in any gaps and perhaps give the Malawi perspective. So please introduce yourself.
Excellent. That was a tough act to follow. I feel like I have to really talk super fast now. So I'm Charlotte Hebebrand. I'm with IFPRI. I do communications and public affairs. I used to be with the International Fertilizer Association, so this is a favorite theme for me. And congrats to IFDC on their anniversary. So I had the pleasure to co-convene this discussion along with Dr. Makandawiri and David Spielman from IFPRI. I don't know if he's still with us. There he is. Hi, David. So we had a really great group. This was actually the second time we met. I think we might have been the largest group, just saying.
There's no competition here at all.
Just trying to inject a little humor. So we really had 2 big topics that we discussed today. So the first one I would summarize as a discussion about where and how to engage. So let's go to the how first. There was unanimous, I think, agreement that a group like ours, which actually included a number of African partners, can only work with African partners, with local institutions. We had Anthony Chapoto with us remotely from RENAPRI, which is the Association of National Think Tanks, Agri-Food Think Tanks, and MAPATA, which Richard is going to talk about it in a little bit, of course, is a member of. That was a very important point that all of us felt very strongly about. We also thought it was really important to include all kinds of other stakeholders within Africa. So that would be the NARS. We talked about having the ministries, not just of agriculture, but also environment and finance. We spent a bit of time about the need to really build coalitions. If you're going to sort of shape the enabling environment, you need coalitions. You need a lot of trust among the coalition members. Then we talked about the where should we be engaging? And we talked actually about different levels. So we thought maybe there are some issues that have to be looked at the international level. And this was actually already a discussion that came up yesterday at IFDC about, for example, the debt crisis, right? Can African countries really solve the soil health problem without, if they're heavily indebted, right? So that's a big, big topic, obviously, for the international community. Then we thought, obviously, at the continental level, it's very important to engage on policies. And one of the most immediate asks here, I think, of the group was to look at the CAADP agenda, which many of you may know is in the process of being adapted, if you will, to the next 10-year framework, the post-Malabo framework. So looking at how CAADP will now, which right now has 2 indicators related to fertilizers, how does that need to be adapted in light of the African Fertilizer and Soil Health Summit? Then we talked about the importance at the regional level, right? How can we engage with the regional economic communities? And then, of course, we all agree policies are actually made at the country level, right? So really very, very important to work at the country level. And I think Richard will tell us a little bit more about Malawi. And then also the how we should work, and this gets to your point that I think all the groups talked about, is what's the evidence? What's the data? Right, so for a group, a policy group to engage with stakeholders, we have to come with some analysis, some evidence, and most of that analysis and evidence already exists. We just need to bring it together and make it understandable to policymakers. So then the second half of our discussion focused on repurposing, and I lost track, but I would probably think that repurposing is one of the words that is the most mentioned in the Nairobi Declaration, in the 10-year action plan, and maybe even on the soil health framework. And yet, do we really know what we mean when we talk about repurposing? So we thought it was really, really important to very quickly try to clarify in simple terms what all repurposing encompasses. It is perhaps taking a look at the fertilizer subsidies and thinking about other ways in which that money could be spent to also promote soil health. But it may also include other things because there are market distortions as well in many African countries. We talked about what are the kinds of incentives that we could build into a new way of providing support to farmers? Could there be ecosystem service payments for soil health? But the point was also made by our colleagues from CRS that in some cases, actually, there's an immediate reward for doing good practices on the farm, and there may not even be a need for payment, and that the payments, that sort of public good payments, would have to come in sort of on common in the commons rather than privately held land. We thought it would be very, very important to really explore in a broad sense what is meant by repurposing. What does it mean in the African context? What does it mean in the context of fertilizer subsidies? And so that's something that we're really excited to work on. The World Bank has done a lot of work. IFPRI's done a lot of work. MSU has also looked at this topic. So I think obviously a very big one on the policy front. And then very briefly, we talked a little bit about the importance of trade policy, of course, also another very important policy realm. And we would love to partner with ideas with the private sector group. We talked a bit about the private sector and the finance group, which we understand also looked at fertilizer subsidies. Thanks.
Great.
Richard.
Right. Very briefly, in Malawi, we have actually, I give an example of what we're doing in Malawi, and we have already begun the process of building a coalition of network of partners, which include CG centers, ICRISAT, CIMIT, IFPRI, and others, but also the private sector. But more importantly, civil society organizations, because these are individuals that are in touch with the communities on the ground, such as Catholic Relief Services, who are doing great work on the ground, because also would like to incentivize the government to know that there are things happening. So it's not all about the crisis, although we need to demonstrate that crisis, the gravity of the problem. For many years, I mean, Malawi has lost, thousands of tons of soils off to Lake Malawi, and exporting the soils to the Indian Ocean in the process. That gravity of the problem needs to be brought to the attention of the leadership. So included in that is deepening engagement of some of the politicians. So we're working with a policy institute, which is now going to be signing a memorandum of understanding with the parliament, so that we can bring to the attention to parliament the gravity of the problem. So that's one of the priorities. But also we appreciate that, there's actually lack of capacity of local institutions in, having the gravitas to engage maybe robustly with evidence. And within that coalition, we'd like to make sure that we bring on board some of the global institutions, including, the IFPRIs, but more importantly, in our case, we're working very closely with Michigan State University, the Food Security Group, and others there who are, have been there, for many years, working with African institutions. Because this has got to be a collective voice. Sometimes, this global additional voice brings in additional credibility, particularly if, the individuals participating in that conversation are, individuals with some degree of authority in terms of they've got a track record, in terms of what they have been able to generate over many, many years. So that is actually an important area of focus. But beyond that, I think we also discussed that we need, I think, to, be very intentional in identifying where can we have champion countries as well. Malawi is actually one of the champion countries because the action plan has already been developed there. But where are the other, champion countries? But beyond that, of course, we need to identify champion individuals. Who are these individuals that can really provide, excitement and leadership, and extending that voice. At one point we heard from Samantha Power that she was asking, where is the voice of African leaders? That voice of African leaders needs to reverberate in this process. And beyond that, of course, we would like to make sure that they speak at the regional level and at the global level as well. So in the upcoming events at the global level, would like this conversation to be sustained by these African leaders working very closely with the researchers who are on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. So thank you so much for highlighting the various levels, because that's where action takes place on the ground, but it can be influenced all the way through the international fora. And I think with this year having 3 COPs, we certainly have an opportunity and almost a responsibility to make sure soil health is highlighted at the climate change COP, the biodiversity COP, and our very easily friend, the UNCCD COP. So I think, thanks for mentioning those various levels. So I heard finance and private sector, so I'm going to go with Martin next. So, so Martin, you basically decide who gets to go after you with, you get to name them. So really would like to hear from the financial sector, and I spied a little bit on some of your ideas and some of the radical ideas I heard. So please share with us some of the recommendations, but please introduce yourself fully.
Sure. Thank you very much. So I'm Martin Paul Tabibajong Jr., an economist to the World Bank, where I support a lot of projects, but very relevant for this is the Fertilizer Roadmap for West Africa, reading back from the Lomé Declaration to the African Fertilizer Soil Health Summit and the Nairobi Declaration. And I was leading the finance group. It was supposed to be the most populated. But unfortunately, I think it was the smallest. And I wasn't sure why, because, we always believe that without finance, nothing happens. But it feels like things are changing and is moving more to the knowledge side, which I think is very important. Let's concentrate more on knowledge and getting things right, getting the business models right. And when these are happening right, then of course the finance is going to come. But we had a very great discussion. We discussed on many things. But most importantly, we're wondering about how scattered funding is when it comes to aspects of fertilizer increase, aspects of soil health in the region. We can think of different institutions all working to address these goals, but doing that in silos. You have the World Bank, you have Akonrabo Bank, you have IFAD. We never meet on a common table, and even when we meet on a common table, we never work together. So it's very important that, first of all, we understand who are the actors working on these various aspects, kind of like a mapping exercise to know where funding is going to so that we avoid duplicated fundings. And directly flowing from this is really enhanced collaboration. And we need to collaborate, and this is something that came up very strong. And this is one of the first steps of collaboration, sitting on the same table, kind of putting on the same thinking hats, and kind of looking at the issues that we really, really care about. But another thing, when it comes to collaboration, it's really the whole aspect of co-ownership of the work we are doing, getting our clients involved, getting our partners involved, getting the governments involved. It's a bit surprising sometimes when we sit in a lot of these meetings and it's really high level. We don't get the government. We don't get to get a buy-in. Everything starts from them. So no matter how important we do this, if they don't give us the buy-in, it's really never going to happen. So it's really in the framework of not really giving the fish, but really enabling these governments learn how to catch the fish. And also, it's also a lot about governmental policy. Strengthening institutions, getting the policies right, such that the private sector can have a big say. This whole aspect of PPP, public-private partnerships, because if at all the private sector has a lot of role to play and then the government is not creating an enabling environment, things are still not going to happen when it comes to increasing fertilizer use and making sure our soil is being retained. And directly in really pushing this fertilizer use and maintaining soil health is the whole thing about extension systems. I know this seems like an old sword. It's been there for a while. People have moved from really public extension to private extension, but the same results are there. It's still very low productivity. So it could be that the extensions are not working. So it's really a question of knowledge, supporting extension systems, not just supporting the extension system to support farmers, but also really to support the extension agents, because in many cases, they are not very well kind of have the best education to even push that to the farmers. And if we do this, this is a really big aspect of reducing the knowledge gap. And another aspect that came up very strongly is the fact that we always think that most of the funding should come from the government, but the private sector has the biggest share. They have the biggest job to do, and private sector financing is very huge, and we have to harness that. But just like I mentioned above, if the enabling environment is not there, then the private sector has a very little role to play. And when it comes to the private sector, it's really a lot about strengthening institutional capacities. So we know a lot about the advantages of various VSLAs, various contract farming schemes, cooperative membership, kind of really rallying indigenous knowledge. It's important to strengthen that as a big way to really get the stakeholders together. And one of the last points we discussed into how we as international stakeholders can really come together, it's really about knowledge sharing. A lot is happening in different countries, but since the stakeholders don't talk, then there is really there is no knowledge sharing. Success stories are not being disseminated. Like in Ethiopia, extension, it's really a great thing. It's working, it's increasing productivity, but just the countries that are close to Ethiopia, they don't have the same extension system. And one could think of this knowledge sharing as really important in building or moving the drive away from food insecurity. And the next question we used to ask ourselves was, when we harness all these advantages, what resources, how can we really push these various points back to the communities. And, you know, we're thinking of some mechanisms to really ensure that we are really achieving this goal of increasing fertilizer use, maintaining our soil health. Like, it's really important to feed the soil that feeds us, right? And one key thing that came out strong in our discussion is the role of youths. It remains an untapped resource in Africa. It's one of Africa's greatest resource. And I think the previous speaker was mentioning that a lot of youths are going away from agriculture. They are leaving the rural areas. They're going to urban cities to look for better jobs, just because they find agriculture not to be profitable. So how can we bring back the youths into all of this? This brings us into a lot of the discussion as well on climate adaptation, climate mitigation. They have a lot of potentials that can support this. And related to this, this is something the bank is doing a lot, supporting digital innovations in many parts of Africa. Most of these digital innovations are being led by the youth. How can we keep on supporting, bringing in aspects of scaling to make sure that the youth remains entrapped into this whole discourse of increasing productivity, because the future is ours, the youth. So the future is ours. So we really need some support to kind of push this whole agenda forward. And I think you came at some point and we're also talking about research. Right? In as much as we believe that extension systems have to be right, it has to be science-based. It has to be research-based. Things have changed over time. There are new methodologies, there are new tools, there are new innovations. How can we make sure these innovations, these new tools, these new research methodologies really inform what we are doing? So research is a big key player in all of this, and should not be looked upon. And also, we also looked at aspects of reverse value chains, kind of moving from consumers back to producers, not just always looking at producers, and directly thinking a lot about processing, right? Because if we think about processing, if we think of strengthening local processing, strengthening downstream value chains, it's going to speak a lot to what consumers want. And if this is gotten right, what the processors are going to want, they're going to give back a lot in terms of research and development back to the farmers from which they are sourcing most of their inputs. But as it stands, most of what Africa does, it's really the production of raw materials, which is exported. A critical case is cocoa, which goes away and then comes back as chocolate. But if we strengthen local processing firms and plants, this goes back to kind of strengthen production systems. Yes, I'm going to complete soon. We're also thinking a lot about soil maps and healthy soils. It's important, just in the line of research, to really have maps that are digitalized and kind of make it very easy to farmers, because no matter how good we talk about improving fertilizer use, it's not going to work if farmers don't even understand their soil characteristics. You're just going to keep on applying fertilizer on a soil which you know nothing about. So it's really important to understand the kind of soils that farmers are working on. I think that is it for now. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Martin. So did I hear that you're part of the youth consortium? You're part of the youth? How many youth do we have here? Patricia, you're part of the youth? Yeah, so I think note for next time, more youth here, yeah? I mean, I feel youthful. I just don't think I'm included in the youth category anymore. And also, going back to what Administrator Power said, she says, great when partners' values align, and even more powerful if their interests and values align. And that goes with this kind of blended partnership, right? And I think you mentioned private sector. So I'm super happy to bring on the next lead of the private sector group, Kathy Mathers, and she will introduce herself. And I hope people are still writing down their ideas, because otherwise I'm definitely handing the microphone over during Q&A, so be ready. Here, you can use this one. Oh, is it working?
Is it working? Yes, it is. Yes. Okay. And I'm the only one probably sitting between most of you and a nice reception this evening. The private sector group met. One more. Private sector group met online 2 times. We had 2 calls and narrowed down a list of some ideas we had for where we could, what was our superpower? Where could we make the greatest impact? And then, of course, they all kind of got, I wouldn't say blown up, but we got here, and then the discussion benefited for more robust opinions, and which is great. So one of the couple of big takeaways for our group, we heard Administrator Power talk this morning about OCP and Yara and how involved they are. And as a representative of the Fertilizer Institute, they're member companies of ours, really proud of that. But we did have folks in the room remind us that the private sector role shouldn't be viewed as only for large companies. There is room for folks throughout the value chain to become involved in private sector solutions. Another point made initially is that as we look at the 2006, the first Africa Fertilizer Summit, that there has been almost revolutionary change in the systems and distribution channels in Africa. And so there's been quite a bit of positive change. The need, we really understood, I think this group really understood that nothing is going to work if we don't involve, the involvement of governments and extension is viewed as very necessary. A major point coming out of this was about not over-engineering solutions. And as someone who mostly deals with U.S. agriculture, it's easy to think about precision ag and what we do here in the U.S., but perhaps it's more important to kind of step back a moment and look at where the need is in Africa. And we had one participant say that, in some cases, it isn't even a fertilizer issue, it's a pH issue. And are there increases in soil health and increases in productivity that could come not by precision applying fertilizer, which they don't have the tools to do, but by perhaps doing having some regional maps created that allow growers to see kind of where the major deficiencies are in their particular regions. And that becomes a bit of a baby step toward, a more engineered agriculture. Farmers and ag retailers need to see it work, so whatever we do, we definitely recognize that. Affordability, I would be remiss if I did not mention that continues to be an issue. And just that the need for, it appears that there are certain areas where we have really robust private sector engagement, and then others where there is not. And I walked away from this asking, how do we multiply, or how do we, what's the force multiplier for what is already happening in the private sector?
Oh wow! Within time. I'm too energetic, I'm messing up the microphones. Thank you so much, the force multiplier. And also when you were speaking, I was thinking about what are these measurable progress indicators to show that we're actually having impact on the ground. So I think excellent points. And we have one more working group for a report back. And I think it's natural to end with the producers and consumers, and really look forward to hearing what recommendations your group has. And then after Tabia speaks, we will have time for Q&A. So make sure there are no softball questions. Everyone will have to earn their drink tonight. So over to you. Thank you.
Okay, hi everyone. Yeah, this is Tabila Nakelse, and I'm working for the Global Agricultural Productivity Initiative at Virginia Tech University. So I'm happy to summarize the finding of our group. There is one idea that kept our attention during that group, and it was difficult for us to get away with that information. And every discussion we had turned around it. So we took the case of the farmer, for example. So going from his farm and going to the market to buy fertilizer. What's the most important thing for him? For him or for her. Thank you so much. It's about information, It's about knowledge. It's about training. What am I going to buy? And so what soil? And we think that knowledge and information for farmers are the beginning or the foundation on which we can build the other policies, the other actions, to help them. So we took it in the perspective of, let's say, the political and the policy and the political agenda. So raising the awareness on soil health, give it more strength in the political debate in the way that it's easily on the table, the policy debate. So for sure, we know that at the international level, we have soil health raising at the international agenda and on the table of the African Union. So giving the information and training to farmers and the awareness to farmers on the ground, for their soil, so we'll be able to raise this issue to a table, to the national agenda, so that we have an alignment between what is doing at the continental level and at the national level. So we also think that, for example, in the case of the process, we are having the debate on the post-Malabo debate, So soil health monitoring is important. So how do we monitor the soil health? At the international level, at the local level now. This one member, had a great proposition of maybe creating and maintaining a soil health index, so that it can be a tool that we are using for our policy debates. And nationally and internationally, we are tracking the process towards the health issue in the world and then at national level. But we thought also on the private sector, area. And the discussion turned around the fact that we should strengthen the regulatory framework, because most of the time, farmers are not getting what they paid for. There are some asymmetric informations, because normally the fertilizer they buy should be adapted to the soil they have, And most of the time, it's hard that private sector, they have information knowing that this fertilizer is good for this type of soil. So the regulatory framework should be strengthened, especially the labeling of fertilizer should be reinforced so that farmers knows what they are buying. And you see, we are circling around the thing of information and knowledge and education. So one additional thing that we really thought is important, it's soil should not be also restricted to fertilizer. We should give the information, the training to the farmers so that they have choices. We should open the bundle or alternative to them to know what to choose for the specific constraint that they are facing. So, and then information, knowledge, education, and then bringing to them what we have as best information, and then discovered by the research will be key for helping them and helping us also. And one key issue also, we agreed on the fact that, we should see soil health as part of the bigger picture. It's not only soil health. We should think it on the perspective of bundling. Talking about soil health, you are bringing all the key foundational input that's important to produce food. You are speaking about water. You are speaking about even the labor use. You are speaking about the equipment use. So we should think the soil health in this bundling perspective, so that's to address all the multifaceted aspect of the issue. So those are the, yes, I forgot, I think I forgot, I remember now. So, And then we have one participant, I think that's also important, saying that, yes, it's important to give information and education, but also we should make sure that we avail the best technology out there. And for that, we were discussing on the soil testing, which for some is really expensive for us, but it's like in the research we are having, innovative solution that can be less expensive, and we think it's important to democratize the soil testing, to farmers so that they are able to test their soil when they want, where they want it, That's one of the solutions, one of the propositions we have for the entire group. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Great. Fantastic. So I hope you'll agree that there was lots of cross-fertilization across all groups. There's no one who stayed in their silo. And I think that collective action is certainly what is going to be needed for implementing an action plan. And also, as someone who does soil health monitoring for the last 20 years, it's great that every single group mentions some sort of soil testing, soil mapping, soil health index. It's awesome. 2 questions. We will have time for 2 questions. And if you don't want to ask your question and just want to give feedback, you can hand your piece of paper to our rapporteurs. And we're actually not moving on to the closing until we get 2 questions. So, oh, thank you, because I really wanted, I'm not going to preempt what you're going to say.
Yeah, so Lisa Tiemann, I'm a soil biologist at Michigan State. My question is, how can we do a better job of connecting, or making public and private partnerships? So how can we do a better job of connecting researchers with the private sector? Because you're asking about soil maps and knowing where pH is the limiting factor, and I think as soil scientists, we know some of that stuff, and we would be happy to share that knowledge. So how can we do a better job of connecting?
That question could count for 2 because it's such a big one, but one more question from the crowd. Oh, come on, guys. Who's going to save us? Ben? Are you going to save the team? Anyone else a question? Oh, you can?
Basically, sorry. This integration and overlap of the topics of the 5 discussion groups should basically come back in those 10-year plans, right? And so the question is how we're going to do that. So make sure that they're not only focused on fertilizer or soil health and technicalities, but equally on enabling environment, business, finance, the whole stuff. How do we do that?
Okay, great. So this is great. So who wants to tackle the question from our colleague at Michigan State? Okay, Charlotte.
Just maybe putting on my old hat. So the International Fertilizer Association put together a scientific panel, which is led by Achim Doberman, former CG colleague from Erie. And I think it's proven to be quite helpful, and it's a way for the industry to be able to engage with really some of the brightest minds in the fertilizer, plant nutrition space. But I think that could be a model, and maybe that should be broadened more broadly to soil health issues as well. And of course, those 2 topics are interlinked.
Who else? Oh, Farah Prasad, I was actually coming to you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for that question. Obviously, it's very important to have collaboration between public-private sector. One of the things which we have done in our Sustainable Intensification Innovation Lab is to create a platform whereas there is an opportunity for interaction. And we did that in multiple countries, but I specifically would like to give you an example of Cambodia, where we created a Center for Excellence for Sustainable Ag Intensification and Nutrition. So that center brings in public, private, and developmental partners and the government sector extension agents on quarterly and semi-annual basis to make sure that there is a platform for interaction so that they know what is the pipeline of research, what are the products available, and who is the best scaling partner to collaborate with to make sure that these innovations are going at scale. And the second example is a similar side of concept calling iReach, Innovation in Research Extension and Advisory Services, created in collaboration with CORAF in West Africa, serving for 5 countries, Senegal, Burkina, Niger, Mali, and Ghana. There we took a concept of an agricultural technology park. So what we did was we developed or created a technology park in those countries, either at the National Agricultural Research Centers or in high schools or at a university, where all the available technologies which are in the phase 4 in terms of USAID classification ready to be scaled. So those are physically showcased at one place. That way private sector will come in and then see if there is an opportunity for scaling. When I mean private sector, we are not just talking about the large, big companies. Even individual entrepreneurs and individual business people or business folks are included in that private sector, because if you're only looking for big companies, they're not going to be many who are active in specifically the Feed the Future countries, which we are working on. So providing that platform where they can actually interact, learn from each other is going to be the initial starting point. And then all of this collaboration comes at a cost. So there has to be make sure that there is some incentives or cost financial resources in place to bring these people together.
Great. Oh, okay, go ahead.
Be quick here. Thank you for asking that question. It's a question we at the Fertilizer Institute have been asking, so I would say, please give me your card before you leave, because I'd like to continue this discussion. But what I would say is that both the vocabulary and the cadence of communication is completely different when you look at corporations and science. And I think that is something we've been really trying to bridge, is to figure out how we can better take science and make it make sense for our members. And so to the extent that there is, that we do have an agronomist on staff now, if there is something we could be doing, I'm all ears.
Great. Okay, oh my goodness, now, go ahead. Good job. Oh, go ahead, Christine.
I just want to add on, we should not forget the small-scale fertilizer manufacturing. In Niger, is a product we call activate phosphate rock. And at the village level, we were a private entrepreneur was able to make this type of fertilizer where we just combine phosphate rock with a small quantity of diammonium phosphate. The cost was just the third of the commercial DAP, but the productivity was as good as DAP. And I think those type of local medium size, to the village level, to do some of the product, we should not forget about them, because it can have a very huge impact. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that reminder. So now I have given none of our panelists any warning, but I'm going to give you each one word, and maybe if you hyphenate it, it can go to 3 words. A call to action, something that you really want to leave a lasting word to the audience. Yes, we're going to start with Tabia. So what is your call to action, either from your personal perspective, from your organization, from your working group, to motivate us as we close out this day where we've just been drilling in this topic? So you will say your word and we'll pass the microphone on. Go for it.
Only one word. So it's,
you can say one thing.
Okay. So I would say, let's democratize the information. Great. And the farmer, they will themselves lead us toward the solution.
Excellent.
Yeah, there's urgency at the national as well as regional as well as continental level to build these coalitions that will sustain the conversation going into the future.
I would say broader One Health, starting with soil health, leading to plant health, to human health, to ecosystems health.
Yeah, I would say let's keep the conversation going, but let's move more. Let's move more from words to action. Action now.
So thank you for involving the private sector in this discussion. We are often not present, probably due to our own fault, and so we just appreciate being here, and let's keep the lines of communication open.
I'm going to go with partnership.
And I'm going to go with we all have a responsibility to take action. Let's thank our amazing panel. Thank you. Thank you. Great job. And imagine we're ahead of schedule. So now, I hope everyone has enjoyed the day and that we're still having lots of energy because there's a lot of work to be done. And we are very honored to have Josephine Okot close out the session. I'm going to read your bio, so don't rush me. It's very long. So, Josephine Okot is the founder and managing director of Victoria Seeds Limited, established for disseminating certified seeds to smallholder farmers in East Africa. She steered it from a startup to one of Uganda's leading seed houses. Ranked 6th in the 2018 Access to Seed Index for East and Southern Africa. She, along with Thomas Kuhn, who opened our day today, are the co-chairs of the IFDC's board. Josephine is also the chair of the board's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee. I think I just joined that committee and I'm very excited. And so I really leave it to you to close out our session. We're very excited. Thank you so much. Let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you so much, Anne-Lee. I'm humbled. I'm truly humbled. Good afternoon, everyone. I believe you are more hopeful, more motivated, and inspired from this morning when you walked in. So we all know the journey of 1,000 miles starts with the first step. And I believe each one of you has made that first step today. When I reflect on the Nairobi Declaration, I think it was very encouraging. It assured us that there was political will in getting fertilizer and sustainable soil health, the focus it deserves. We were assured there is political will, and also we were encouraged that there is a drive to ensure that the building blocks for success is there. So there was a lot of talk about local capacity in fertilizer, both mineral and organic fertilizer production on the African continent. I believe the last speaker, Dr. Jacobs Young, said food security is national security. And indeed, that is a reality. And I think that is why sometimes subsidy programs has become more of a national security issue than just subsidy. And also, I think that summit assured us that there is interest to invest in human capital development, especially innovation and research, and there was a talk about extension gaps. And of course, without financing, without the money, nothing moves. So financing was declared. I mean, how the declaration, the implementation in the 10 years will take place, how it will be financed was highlighted. Then, last but not least, the partnerships to get things done. Because soil health and food security, no single institution can do it alone. And each one of you is here because you believe that that partnership works. Yeah, I think in the morning, Samantha Power mentioned the key things that our major partner is doing, USAID, in the context of building support system that improves fertilizer use efficiency and increase productivity, direct funding to improve access to mineral fertilizers. Those were some of the highlights. Although I wasn't present in person, I was following. And then the panel discussion, answer lies beneath our feet. It means we don't need to invent the wheel. We just need to talk less and act more. I really like that about engaging smallholder farmers in policy formulation and not just thinking for them. Then transforming Africa into the world's food basket. It's not a dream like thinking of Uganda going to the moon as well, sending a shuttle to the moon, but it can be a reality. Then I was excited that 75% of the World Bank's funding is actually coming to Africa. So I think that's very encouraging. And data, data, data. I think many times on the continent, we just try to guess, because I always describe myself as a foot soldier at the forefront of getting soil health delivered to the farmers. So I am aware that data is really lacking. All of it is somewhere. It is at CADAP, African Union, Ministry of Agriculture, and universities, national research organization, but getting that data into practical outcome for the farmers, it is zero. That's why many of the challenges continue to, we would say, intractable problems of African agriculture. So I think it was mentioned in that panel. So I would like to thank each one of you once again for your presence, because without you, we wouldn't have had a symposium. Your robust participation, your great ideas, and your attention to the present, up to the present time. So I would like to mention on behalf of IFDC board and management, I would like to thank our key partners. I cannot list all of you, but of course USAID, the World Bank, farmer representatives here today, our dear private sector, the universities we work with, IFPRI for hosting us in this August house, and we are grateful. And then, of course, our team leader, President Hank, and your team, we are grateful for the great work you have done from before the African Union. Actually, it was your drive that got that summit implemented. We know that. So we are grateful. And I can't miss out Christina Zola. You put it all together. And I request that we clap for the lady and the IFDC team. So I don't want to bore you with repeating what has already been said. The next step is taking us to Amsterdam. But you know, colleagues, before COVID, someone told me that, Josephine, the reason we keep on going to these meetings and workshops, nothing happens, is that in the cities in the Western world, people work and act. But in Africa, we are always running in workshops. So my prayer is, as the next road leads us to Amsterdam on November 4th, we should come up with more action than talk. So we should be walking the talk. So we thank you all for the partnerships and the interest. So I think we will continue to engage, but I do hope that as we gather and we are going to reach the climax of our 50-year anniversary as IFDC, we would be coming up with more action and less talk. Otherwise, you will be like the farmer in Africa who stays the same. So we need to progress, yeah. So when we go to Amsterdam, I'm sure you'll have generated more innovative ideas. We will build on the ideas we have generated here. The working groups will continue. It won't end. And also, I think it's always very inspiring to hear of success stories. I think many times it's minimized. So in Amsterdam, we will learn what has worked and what we can scale out. And with that, I believe I can wish all of you a safe journey home. And in my capacity as co-chair of IFDC board, I would like to declare the symposium closed.
I hope there's instructions, Christina.